Okay, we apologize. We had a generator issue and our YouTube feed went down. We're going to try to, we know where we think it happened, and we're going to go back and restate some of that information, but it should only be a few minutes. I'll finish up my last thought. I have an issue with the 22 townhouses. They are not pre-approved, if you will, or permitted by right within MR3, only single family and duplexes. I'd be hard pressed to try to fit single family and duplexes in there because of the narrowness of it and still have to have an access road. And I also have to reach pretty far to see how those 22 townhome units affect the overall position of the applicant, where they're trying to improve our golf courses and our convention center by having places for groups to stay. That it would really be private property, I think, where Alan did say something about a step-down housing, which I am all for. I just don't know that this is the place for that. Richard, you're on.
Yeah, I concur. I think also that tree and wooded area back off of Kings Trail Road is one of the signature parts of living within Sea Trail. And I think it's trying to stuff a little too much into too small a space. I would love to see a way for us to approve the pitch and putt that's been proposed and exclude the townhomes from subject sub.
Jerry?
I got to concur with that. You know how I feel about the trees.
Sure.
So.
Ron?
Yes, I mean I'm in concurrence. The West Leg pitch and putt practice facility is good. I guess the one lot on the top is okay if it stays one lot at the top, but that whole south leg is just, to me, too much and too little space with too little trees, with too many trees disappearing, specifically on the front end closest to the road, but all of them.
In the comparison is of these, and look, we to some extent, I think you all appreciate the fact that because this is on the record, some of these points we have to make repeatedly, and we regret that it may be coming across like we're beating a point to death. But the comparison is between the townhomes proposed and the density that comes along with that, and the by right duplexes that are allowed and the density that comes along with that. And so, as we understand it, that's the comparison, not a comparison against not using it at all or leaving it in its sort of undeveloped state.
I think you have a right to utilize it within the MR3 requirements today, and would be hard pressed to prevent that anyway.
The
okay.
May I ask a question? And this is a voluntary response from y'all. Is it the number of the townhomes that is the issue, or the concept of townhomes in general? And the reason I ask that is the density and appearance of single-family duplexes is not as far afield from townhomes as a single-family home or something like a condominium would be. And so I'm just curious about that and trying to find ways that we can advance forward to some sort of a consensus on that.
Well, I mean, at an MR3 duplex, I mean, one of the issues going to have is the potential buyer going to bite on homes that are in a location that have some severe drawbacks. And that is going to enter into Riptide's decision.
That's our risk.
At your risk. And there's a very good chance that you won't take that risk. But understanding that you certainly have that right. I'm comfortable with, if those are the alternatives, I'm far more comfortable with a potential build out based on your development by right, which you may never choose to engage, as opposed to this. And I've seen in the MR3, Riptide has built some homes in areas like this that I think are fine. So, and do preserve more of a treed ambience that, to me, is one of the benefits, one of the aspects of this particular.
I think we've answered your question, unless you don't think we've answered your question.
I'm
You have the right to do what you have the right to do, and we could not stop you.
and certainly I recognize that. I think more of what we're talking about is just trying to, if there's an opportunity, I don't want to leave the table today without having exhausted whatever opportunities we have to reach some sort of consensus. So I was trying to understand the nature of the objection, and I do understand the objection as presented so far. I was trying to drill down on that a little bit more, given that MR3 duplexes are very similar to shorter townhomes in character and density. And what I'm trying to figure out is sort of how far apart those things are and what bridges there may be to get a little closer.
One of the things that come to my mind that might help y'all in this is that the applicant is proposing up to 22 units. Is that correct? So one of the things I don't think it has been taken into consideration, but has not been taken into consideration due to the nature of detail that's on the plans, is they are asking up to 22 units. Will they can correct me if I'm wrong, but with the design guidelines of how big the townhomes are, how wide the roads have to be with parking and the cul-de-sac at the end to make sure it's accessible to the fire code, they might not be able to get 22 units in there. Now, I don't think they're prepared, if I am wrong, to tell you how they would be able to squeeze in there, but I think they're asking for up to 22. Is that correct, Todd?
That's correct.
Well,
It's the ceiling.
it's my way of looking at it that the areas that are up closer to the green are less contentious, in my viewpoint, when we talk about open space, when we talk about Kings Trail and the. Go ahead, Todd.
So are you? I think what I'm hearing is up here by the green, where the wedge piece is.
That's preferable.
That's
to what-
preferable. But this area down by the road, where I think we have 3 units down by the tee box,
Well, it's like the last at the midpoint of that leg.
the midpoint is
No.
For me, for my vision.
for you in particular, not the actual street frontage area.
No, I think from Kings Trail moving up, it becomes less objectionable as you move further and further off of Kings Trail. And where
That's what we're saying.
my, I guess, litmus test would be is about it halfway up.
Would it be conceivable, you've got 6-unit buildings over there next door. Would it be conceivable to potentially revise this to have 3 6-unit buildings structured basically as far north as possible? The height would be modified certainly to accommodate those. But
So you're
I think that's what this board, to some
I'm-
degree.
Well, I don't want to speak for the rest of the board,
Yeah.
but it's
but let me just clear. So you're saying go from 22 down to 18,
But move them north.
move them move
That's
them the
not-
direction we can move.
that's
them.
not my number.
That's not. Well, no, I was just asking to clarify him.
I was just trying to
What's your
figure
number?
out something here.
So
About half. And
So-
keeping them all up by the greens as much as you can.
well, I think what we have the authority to do, and I would, and we vetted, this is being vetted as we speak. This is as much as we're able to agree to, and then you can have your vote as you see fit. We can remove up to 4 of these townhome units, taking it to 18. And from a location standpoint, we have flexibility on where those would be removed. We suggest that one alternative would be to remove essentially the first 4 that are coming off of Kings Trail. And so if someone is driving by Kings Trail, they are going to see a small access road, trees, a small access road, trees, and then the rest of the townhomes would be tucked back there, shielded by trees on both sides.
I don't know why you said small access road twice. There's only one
Come on.
in and
I
out.
just mean turn it right off of Kings Trail. If you're driving
Okay,
down
okay,
Kings
never
Trail
mind,
going
never mind.
east to
I got it.
west,
I
you're
got
going to
it.
see the
I got
access
it.
road on the right.
So you're talking about removing the first 3,
Or
first 3 before
Before the tree buffer.
Yeah,
and that before the tree buffer, and then
the one right after.
oh, I
the
see.
one right after the tree buffer.
We're just putting that out there as an
Okay.
option. I mean, the location of the removed townhomes is, we're trying to just
Well, but then,
meet
but doing that, we can again, like we did before, is kind of create a little tree preserve, the old blue line thing,
On the southern portion.
on that from where the what looks like probably the gold green tee box is, right? Currently,
Yes, I mean, we would
Approximately.
be on board.
I'm
with
going
that.
to insert a kind of overview here. If somebody came to us that just owned this place where the townhouses were, and wanted to put the townhouses in there, I would venture to say they would have a steep hill to climb. The presentation of all of these 22 spots, sites, is got the overview that it's to enable the golf course and the resort to become more successful. I look at these townhouses as not doing anything to make the golf course resort more successful, but it just provides the applicant with a way to inhabit or develop this peculiar leg of that site. And I don't think that I'm going there.
And I appreciate that point, and I think these are things that are all entwined. And I would say that one very important element of this, which is, you've pointed this out already and made a good point on that, but maximizing the value and return to Riptide is a factor in making the golf courses work. There's no one else doing it. There's no one else that's committed. There's no one else that's invested these millions of dollars. And so when we are looking for opportunities like the commercial sites that we talked about previously, to take, like you said, the value of that property and maximize it, maybe even if changing the zoning with conditions is the way to do that, and getting the return in, that's what fuels the investment to make this all work. If all of the property remains undeveloped, even if some of it is developed as it is, that return may not be there. So we need some of those things all fit together, kind of like Legos. And we're not hiding from the fact that we are trying to maximize the return on this piece of property by putting in a design that we think is consistent with reducing the visual impact. But I did want to at least make that point that this is not something where, Riptide's operating in a vacuum and its own, sort of internal finances and workings don't matter, because they certainly do. And when we're making concessions like taking 3,000 square feet off of a commercial building, those, and I appreciate y'all accepting those concessions. Those are really meaningful concessions, but they're down to a limit of what we're able to do in order to get the particular return on a piece of property. And I recognize that y'all all understand those things. I'm not only saying those things for your benefit, but also the benefit of the listeners and the town council and everybody else who's
But also
paying
financial
attention.
viability of a project is not one of the top priorities that the planning board can, or should consider in accepting rezoning, which affects everybody. And
Yeah, and I agree with Pete here. I mean, I have tremendous sympathy. Riptide is a talented entrepreneurial company, and they're trying to maximize, but it's not our role to maximize Riptide's profits. Our role is to preserve a certain balance and quality in the community that I think Riptide is adding to, in addition, but there are limits.
But we can't, but for instance, just to add here, we're talking about $1 million or more chip and putt facility. That has to be funded somehow.
Sure.
The investment into that, otherwise that property is going to remain as it is. And there have been very few over the years, and I've been working in C-Trail on the bankruptcy side my whole 15 years of practicing law, both on the association side, fighting with the previous developers at one point, now being involved with Riptide. At some point, there's just sort of a practical reality of, if you're going to pay for $1 million chip and putt facility that is likely, like most golf operations, to not be wildly profitable as an operation, it has to be funded from somewhere. And I recognize that it is not the job of the planning board or town council to maximize Riptide's profits. That's not what we're asking y'all to do.
Or to make the formula work for a certain concept.
Sure.
It's,
How many duplexes can be built as a matter of right on this tract?
you could put a duplex on 10,000 square
10,000
foot.
square foot. And they
So-
only got
But
2
the
point-
shape of it makes it extremely difficult
But how many?
unless you have very small townhouses.
In theory,
I
somewhere.
would say probably
Duplexes.
6.
Only 6?
I think that I'd have a hard time fitting 6 duplexes in there.
What about where they've got the 9 holes, or that's also zoned where they could build duplexes?
Well, there's some
I
there's some
understand
water
the
issues down there
floodway,
too.
yeah. hmm
Not water issues. There's flood. There's
Well, that's what I mean.
12 to 13.
But that does not prohibit.
I know,
no,
I know.
but just to make the record clear, flood zones do not
Right.
prevent the
The
property.
style and the type of construction and the elevations are
Correct, but does
impacted.
not make it
So,
still solvent.
Yeah, and I think too, you know, my recollection from the video that I watched is the original proposal had some residential, and I think there was significant pushback from the board. And Riptide, to its credit, made an accommodation, said, okay, let's put in a chip and putt.
They're
And
always going to put a chip.
and we'll try and squeeze some value out of this from the townhomes that are now being proposed.
Richard,
along-
our council
Go ahead.
was about to give us
thank you.
guidance.
So Wes is saying 12 to 13 duplexes could be placed on that property as a matter of right.
Approximate, hypothetically.
And then floodway, flood issues, whatever. That's not my scope of the conversation. But where they've got this proposed chip and putt facility, they could just as well build on that as well. So you could have duplexes on both as a matter of right, and just spitballing it. I'm guessing if you got 12 duplexes on this leg, they can put another 12 on the other leg or more. It looks a little bigger. And this is, I'm just throwing it out there. Do you want duplexes as a matter of right on both pieces of land? Would you like to have a chip and putt facility, but in exchange, you're conceding to their request for some density increases on the leg? I mean, I don't know. It's 6 and one, half dozen another. I'm not sure which is the right answer or the one that's more compatible.
The reality of the whole big picture of Sea Trail at the golf courses is right. If they move forward, which I assume they will at what they want to do, the practice range will go. The driving range, which we're calling it by the hotel, is not really a driving range, and it certainly is not a practice range. It would be difficult for people to get in there, schedule it right before a round of golf like they warm up now. This right here, I believe, would be integral to the success of the 3 golf courses because it would provide golfers with a place to practice, warm up, go for a beer after, not a beer afterwards, but go afterwards and bet $1 as to who can be closest to the hole. It would fit in. For them not to do this here, and I look at this as the best place for it in all of the property they
So
own.
you're making their argument for them.
Well, but
That's
not for
that's
the
what they're
homes.
asking for the
not for the
trade-off.
homes.
Yeah, I think the consensus is we're all for the chip and putt. The question is whether we want to
I
approve
understand.
the
I just don't know how to
townhomes
pay for it, and
and
it's
their
not my
response is,
job.
well, if you don't produce the townhomes, we can build
All right.
12.
Unless the applicant would like us to approach this from, and I'm only saying you have the right to influence us by making conditions or modifications. I'm prepared to make a motion that we deny Site 7 only because of the residential townhomes that are combined as a part of this property.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in discussion?
They've been most helpful on the other 2 sites, pertaining to the commercial.
Because of your encouragement.
Well, but by counselors' remarks and their remarks, I'm willing to work with them on the by right, with how many houses they could put there by right. Or
But they can do that without coming before us.
Well, still, in good faith, Pete, I think they've been willing to work with us.
What are you saying? Instead of 22 townhomes, we want to put less in?
Well, from the 16 down, I guess I'll be okay with that.
Well, it's not 16, it's 18.
18 down, 16 down.
They propose to go from 22 to 18 and preserve the tree buffering.
On the southern portion of the site.
So as you're driving down Kings Trail, referring to Mr. Dysinger's earlier comments about the special nature of the trees and tree canopy, that's being preserved by virtue of their proposal.
I have a final concession, and this is the absolute last concession being made.
I tell my wife all the time.
Yeah, well, yeah, me too.
Me too.
16. We can go to 16, and I would just again
And will they all stay in the northern part of that leg?
we are not as concerned with the specific locations of the townhomes. So we can take out whichever ones via condition that would fit within that number. But given
I would like to see the 6 southernmost removed. In other words, to provide the maximum buffer for Kings Trail.
so conceded. And at this point, we are unable to make any further concessions.
I understand.
All right. Well, so do you withdraw your motion?
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. You've
So-
got the concession.
I would like to make a
Let me summarize the conditions then. No more than 16 units permitted on the site, residential units.
moved in north.
And yes,
Bottom 6 be removed.
and then a hatched area shall be preserved.
I'd like to make a motion to planning board. I almost called us the town council. That the planning board recommend approval of the proposed conditional zoning request for site number 7 with the conditions that we've agreed on. That'll be
16.
were stated by Wes.
Can I ask a question of Wes? Before
Yes,
you
sir.
finish?
Yes.
Does that upper part that is not planned for need to also be hatched out because someone could change their mind? If we don't do something up there, can someone change their mind later?
That would be.
The
I mean,
part-
they'd be permitted to do 16 units.
No, I mean,
this is
in
the-
addition to the single.
in this section up here,
Yeah, I know what you mean, but do you care?
do we need
Oh,
that
oh,
also
no. Oh, okay.
also hatched out,
Yes.
hatched out as preserved?
Sure, I
Because-
believe that's floodway, anyways. So
But they keep saying they could build there if they want
Todd,
to.
do you know what he means?
No, I don't think they can
Yes.
build. They can't build.
Yes. Yes.
Flood zone,
Yes,
yes.
it's
Flood
not-
way, way more challenging.
there. You cannot build in the floodway.
Correct.
All right.
So it's not required there because it's a floodway?
If that, are you guys intending to build anything on the?
Flood zone is
Not that I'm aware.
easier.
That's
Floodway
additional.
is very difficult.
Yeah. So I believe that they would be amenable to hatching that area as well.
All right.
Okay.
That the planning board, I have to restate a motion then.
Yeah, try again.
Okay, now, sorry. Do we want to
There's going to be a discussion time.
the tree conditions for that parcel, or because we've
There's
done
no-
it on every other parcel?
I
Let's give them.
would respectfully submit that where we left the tree ordinance and
Yes.
everything is that we are seeking a master resolution with the town council.
They're not going to do anything up there anyway, so I don't
Okay.
think that it's going to behoove them to just go and sell the timber. It's.
Okay.
I'd like to present a motion. I won't even ask for it. I'll present it myself. The planning board recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning number 7 site and finds it with the conditions that Wes has just indicated, and finds that it is neither consistent nor inconsistent with the land use plan, and the proposal is reasonable and in the public interest. Richard?
Yes.
Excuse me, a second, Richard?
Oh, second, yes.
Okay, and any more discussion?
Well, does the 26-foot height need to be added as a condition?
I've added that.
Okay.
that-
It's already on here. 26 foot is on here. shows it, right?
I know, but that doesn't mean it's a condition.
It is in here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I thought it meant it was a condition. It was on their drawing.
I'm further clarifying it.
Okay. Um,
I'm in favor of it. Yes.
okay, no more discussion then. Richard, vote?
Yes.
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 Yes for Jerry, yes for Ron, yes for me.
All right.
All right, item number 8. We are in the easy stuff now. Item number 8 is the area of the present site of the Sea Trail corporate office. The setbacks are now included in the plan as was requested. That was my main concern. Does anybody have any points for discussion for this item?
So this is the site of the current Chinaway offices, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And so this is going to be, and is that building going to be preserved and 2 buildings added, or?
You've got the 3 individual structures kind of hashed out there with the diagonal lines, and then there's a building footprint of 3750 being showed as a future addition with that front area, that front parking area.
But they would still have the opportunity to tear that down and build
Oh, sure. Right.
again,
Right, but
as anybody can, with a 40-foot height maximum.
And this is going to be at the entrance of
to the new neighborhood, to Pelican Reserve.
Pelican
Right.
Reserve is on Mill Pond Road.
Okay.
Any,
And the
Jerry?
mailbox pickup is directly across the street, correct? Or
Or
no?
well, it's a little bit kind of.
Okay.
It's a little bit further up, I think.
Yeah.
Not much, but generally.
And this is a corporate office, so there's not going to be a lot of heavy traffic in and out
They're
of
going
this.
to build stores there.
This is anticipated
Retail.
to be the shops at Sea Trail.
Okay.
So this is going to be your central. Think of it as kind of like your little central hub area where you buy your resort wear or your milk, bread, and eggs when you're on vacation or at a convention or
Oh,
what
okay.
have you.
Oh, okay. So
That-
they're all
that kind of
commercial.
Yes.
Okay.
Jerry?
No problem with this.
Ron?
No, good.
I have no further questions to that end.
Did we remove, is the language that we've removed from any other one included in this, or has it already been?
I think we have a
Retail sales establishment not otherwise listed?
Yeah.
Are we gonna
we
remove
have an
that?
understanding, don't we?
Yes.
That is removed every place.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's
All right,
it.
I'd like to make a motion that the planning board recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning request for site number 8 and finds it neither consistent or inconsistent with the land use plan. The proposal is reasonable and in the best interests of the public. I will vote first, yes.
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 Oh, hold it.
Oh, we need a second. We need a second.
Somebody
I'll
needs a
second.
second. Excuse me.
Okay.
Any more discussion?
No.
All in
No.
favor?
Yes.
Okay, I
Yes.
vote yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes, all
Mr.
right.
Chairman, just for the record, Katie, Pete made the motion, Richard seconded it. That was clear. All right, cool. Thank you.
Or
So
make
there are essentially no conditions on this except what they proposed, correct? Because they added the site plan.
They added the setback.
They added
Sorry,
the
the
step.
setback.
Yeah.
Added the
Okay, we're moving on to site number 9, which is the existing convention center and its associated parking lot. This area is classified as recreation. In number 9, we had a note that to remove the statement from here and other subsequent sites that no improvements proposed for current tract at this time, because that was really an ambiguous statement anyway. I didn't see anything new on the new drawing. I didn't see any changes on the new drawing. Are there anything that I should be aware of between the new and the old?
No, we're doing renovations over at the building. Looks good.
I almost drove through your tape the other day.
Be careful.
Anybody have some discussions? Ron, do you have anything to discuss about the convention center?
Not specifically to the convention center, no.
Okay.
I do not.
No.
We're realizing we're allowing a 50-foot height here, but that's the terms we discussed before. Jerry, nothing?
Nothing.
I have, I guess, just a question maybe for Chad, I guess. And I don't know if this is where we talked about it. That's where my note is about the traffic impact and mitigation. I thought some further traffic's done. Work was going or look was going to be done with that.
You made at the end of the meeting on the 26th.
Yeah.
You made a general question. I don't think it really affected any site specifically. She made a general traffic.
Right.
note.
I'd have to go back to the tape. I guess I thought we were going to. I guess maybe we'll leave it to the end today then. Again, that
This is, I mean, where this is a fairly major thoroughfare. I think we're probably, in terms of the traffic, that this is going to
I think the end of
include.
at the end of the meeting last time, and we had sort of a general discussion that we kind of put to pick up later on the impact of additional traffic on on Clubhouse Drive in particular, and all the entrances, how that would be addressed, or if it's going to be addressed, who's going to pay for fixes.
I mean, if it
And
helps,
we I think left it is that we would open a discussion on that later.
if it helps just in my experience, for every application that I get in here for major site development plan and preliminary plat, that I send it to outside agencies, and those outside agencies include Brunswick County Utilities, Brunswick County, other, and DOT is one of them that I always send it to. Now it's up to DOT to provide comments on that.
This is not a DOT road.
I understand but C-Trail exits it at 3 points onto a DOT road. So therefore,
Well, if we have a Taylor Swift concert here, then we're going to have a cop put out there.
Well, that's right. And typically, this would be as if this site was vacant, and they were proposing to put this site here with this parking lot. The impacts would be understood, but it's already there, and so you don't necessarily go back and rehash.
It was there before functioning.
Correct, right? So that conceivably the traffic has been accounted for.
Ron?
Well, yeah, but
I
I'm
don't
not
get
sure-
your
on
point.
this
though. I don't-
one,
the
but-
timing of what
in
you're saying.
general, it might have been with the hotel. We had I don't remember where the discussion occurred, or just at the end. But we're certainly going to have more traffic inside Sea Trail and in and out of Sea Trail. Correct. We all know that, and we have no actually numbers on what that would be.
True.
I'm sure they would go, it's not a problem. All the roads can handle it. I think my point at the end was, how about if it turns out they can't, or it doesn't, there is a problem. Say at the intersection.
And what do you
of-
mean? Money has to be spent?
Yes. Who spends it? This is a town road now, right?
Yes.
Say a stop sign or something, or a speed bump has to be put in here because there's
No speed-
incidents,
No speed bumps allowed.
whatever. Something has to be done there in the future because reality has met the plan, and now there's issues there. Who pays for that?
Well, that's what I mean. I hate to say this, but that's what property tax revenues go for. I mean, there's an existing transportation network that's to be maintained by the street. Now, if someone is putting a substantial development in that necessitates transportation improvements either by the town or DOT, that's another matter altogether. This is an existing site, though.
But another example is that we had this kind of situation on the island where we have a curvature entering a subdivision on the island, and town staff made the decision to put up 3-way stop signs. So the town eats those costs because we own and maintain the roads. So that's where that would come from. Are we paving deceleration lanes and installing them? Not so much, but
Well,
It
was
comes
it?
Well, like for instance,
I think Grady wants to say something. He's been patient.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question.
we'd like to
Grady,
hear you first.
Isn't that something that would be covered though when they go through site-specific
yes.
proposed plans? They got to go to TRC, and you look at your ordinances and you look at whether or not they need a TIA, traffic impact analysis. Okay, if they're going to increase the traffic by a certain measure, they got to put in mitigation measures. They got to put in a deceleration lane. They got to install a stoplight, whatever it may be. This traffic business is, in my opinion, well beyond what you should be talking about today.
Well, and I agree, because with sites 5 and 6, as you come over the crest of the hill at the Maples Clubhouse, I look at that. The TRC is going to have a bird with that.
Yeah.
But that's the appropriate time for that to be dealt with.
Right. So if additional turning lane or something's required into this, it might have came up at the hotel site, not this one. So
Then it may
then the town's just going to pay for it.
no. If
No, I don't think so. He's
it could
gonna
be
answer
that the developer, in order to satisfy the requirements of the TRC, has to install a turning lane. I don't really know, or has to install a crosswalk or whatever.
But the TRC has to be aware of it then, because if it's something that doesn't happen or we don't realize it for another 2 years, then the town would have to pay for
But
it.
you get POW bill funding, right?
Only
Don't you
for
road?
pavement.
Okay. Well, every linear foot of POW bill roads,
It's not
It's-
based upon the width, so a decel lane doesn't get us more money.
I think that would constitute an extra lane. But my point is, you do get POW bill funding from the state
Yes,
specifically for maintaining and repairing and improving roads.
yes, yes.
But I mean, it also goes back on the burden of the developer. If it's a grassy piece of land right now that's undeveloped and they want to develop it, they have to install it up to the road to be able to provide access.
All right, Ron has to, I guess, maybe explain it more to me, and I see the conundrum
I
that
was
you're
just-
talking about. I appreciate it. I
We
don't
know
how to
there's
deal
going to
with it.
be more traffic. We know there's going to be more ingress and egress. We don't know a number.
We don't know the
And
scope either.
We don't know the scope and when. All I was trying to get to, and maybe I'm just off the track here, and it's certainly not for this particular site, is if an issue, if a problem is then found, who's fixing it?
If we can identify
If
the
it's on
problem now,
HOA
they would.
roads, are the HOAs stuck with the bill? Is the town stuck with the bill? Who's stuck with the bill?
Well, we are, because we virtually own every street.
And I guess
taken
in my
over every
mind,
street in C-Trail.
I'd like to have the applicant stuck with the bill to fix any problems that this whole deal could create.
Well, I mean,
I think
again,
we have to identify then the actual resolution up front so that we can then make them pay for it. I don't know that we can have it open-ended. I'd love to,
Mhm.
but I don't know that we can have it open-ended, that if anything happens in the future,
I mean, if
that
the
we
roads,
can pin on you, you're going to fix it.
the
Well,
ro-
I would also suggest that I agree with Mr. Richardson's comments, but also suggest that this development is significantly increasing the tax base and the revenues to the town. And so a lot of this is contemplated, in the overall scheme of development within the town.
I mean, I have to tell you, I think this entire discussion is well beyond what we're supposed to be meeting about today. There are so many what ifs about road repairs and destruction. If they go out there with a tractor trailer, it turns over and burns the asphalt and potholes everywhere, they're going to be on the hook, or their insurance liability is to fix it. If it's an HOA road, the HOA is in charge of maintaining it. That's why they collect dues.
Well, just clarification, Sea Trail is still under the declarant in terms of the HOA. So the HOA is Riptide. Riptide is the HOA. So to suggest that the HOA is an independent resource for mitigation is, I think, not representative of the.
I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm being very clear about the fact I think this entire discussion is a waste of our time in front of the planning board right now.
Okay, well, I have one minor point on the golf driving range. And then in subject track 9, that seems to be, I'm not sure how you're going to set
Where
up
are
a
you?
golf driving range.
That's not.
Where are you?
It's not on this
To
site.
use?
Now, this is in parcel 9, correct?
yes, it was included in the instance that perhaps a piece of the site could potentially be a golf driving range. This came up at the last meeting, and I don't believe that there is an objection to that.
Well, where would that be? I mean,
But
are we
it-
talking
We
about?
don't know. It could just. The question for the board was, let's say they wanted to put a golf driving range there. Would that be problematic?
Or a portion of it would
Yeah.
up on,
Yeah.
and I guess the resolution, Richard, was, I don't care.
Correct.
A golf driving range, a portion of one being
Yeah.
right behind the clubhouse and the convention center is an appropriate location. So
So we're talking about that parcel directly behind the convention center could conceivably be, and we don't care if there's one there.
or a portion of, yeah, they
Okay.
can
All right.
expand the range and
Okay.
okay.
Okay, so the comment regarding the note has been addressed. So similar to subject 8, there are actually now no conditions for subject 9, and so I guess, Mr. Chair, it's on you to
Yes.
call for a motion.
All right. I'd like to call for a motion. Thank you.
I so move.
That the planning board recommends that we all get an increase in salary. That the planning board
All in
recommends
favor?
approval of proposed conditional zoning request for site number 9 without conditions except what's shown on the applicant's drawing, and is neither consistent nor inconsistent with the land use plan. The proposal is reasonable and in the public interest. I'd like to see if we have a second.
Second.
Second, Richard.
Uh,
Any discussion? All in favor? Richard, vote first.
Aye.
Jerry?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes for all 4. Okay, we're finished with number 9. We're going to move on to number 10, which there's no condition shown for it. This is the Jonesburg Clubhouse in the parking lot. And we're really getting in with the convention center and then this and then the next one. We're getting into the meat of what the applicant is really looking for, which is the ability to improve our golf facilities and make people want to come here for conventions and golf. The old plan and the new plan, I asked the same question. I didn't see any differences between the two, unless you were trying to, except for the removal of the note at this time. There is no,
It's
There's
generally
nothing
the
in the
same
weeds.
thing. It's Jonesburg.
okay.
There's a phrase in here, retail sales not otherwise listed. Is that a little
We've
broad? Or
removed
is
that.
that,
We've removed that note from every place because it's too
well, not that
ambiguous.
specific. Oh, okay, yeah.
We've
Okay, got
removed
it. Never mind.
It's been removed by agreement here today.
Yes.
Thanks.
We have a 50-foot building height there. I don't know how tall the Jonesburg Clubhouse is. I doubt it's 50 foot, but I don't know that 50 foot is, if they want to improve it and put facilities upstairs, it would be fine. Where it's located, I think is appropriate. Ron, do you have anything to deal with the clubhouse here?
No.
I do not.
Okay.
Neither do I.
Okay, and I do not. I'd like to make a. Can I be making all these?
Sure.
Thank you, Lisa. I'd like to make a motion that the planning board recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning request for site number 10 without any conditions other than what's on the applicant's drawing, dated the 5th of June, 2023, which should be stated in every one of these, and find that it is neither consistent nor inconsistent with the land use plan, and the proposal is reasonable and in the public interest. Can I have a second?
I second.
Any further discussion? Voting, Larkin votes yes.
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 Yes all around.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
may add one item, because I suspect this may be at the last site that we get to before we get to subject 11. I do not want to go back to subject 7, but I do feel like we need to have a point of clarification here. We had a condition that no structure shall exceed 26 feet in height. However, they also have a single family lot that's proposed on that site. I don't know if
Oh.
they're intending to restrict themselves to that.
Just reduce them.
I
So,
appreciate you bringing
um,
Now, the 26 foot was shown regarding the townhouses, so
Okay.
I took
I
it that
just-
way very clearly.
so in terms of correcting the record, the 26 units is subject to the townhomes, and the location of the townhomes is subject only to the
16,
townhomes,
50.
and then the height is subject to the townhomes, and 35 feet would be
The house.
the
The single family. Yeah.
Thank you.
16.
Good catch.
16 units.
16
16 townhomes.
16 units, 26
Yeah.
feet
Yeah.
high.
Okay, the next one is subject number 11,
Yep.
which is the existing sales office, I'll call it, for Riptide, located at the intersection of Shoreline Drive and Clubhouse Road. The applicant has revised his drawing to reflect a couple of things that we had reached a consensus on at the last meeting. where in the northern part of that site, the 15-foot setback would be imposed. There is an existing 10-foot setback, and then the 25 at the existing building, and then the 25-foot setback would be from the existing building moving south towards Shoreline Drive. We didn't state it for the Maples Clubhouse, and I just saw my note here. Also, as a condition of this conditional zoning, the town is removing the legal non-conforming status of that facility.
For the
You're talking about
that,
the
that's a
bird clubhouse?
permissible use.
No, I was talking about the Maples Clubhouse. I thought that was
that's
a
permissible use as part of the golf course.
Okay.
Clubhouses are included in under the guise of
Okay, I thought it
golf
was
course use.
non-conforming, but okay. All right.
It was the setbacks were non-conforming, but there was an amendment to the ordinance to take care of that dimensional non-conformity, and not on the clubhouse, but on the convention center.
Okay, yes, there is the zero.
Well,
setback.
and actually, this one is subject to that as well. So that provision was added, so there is no
Yeah,
non.
but we're now moving to the.
There is a non-conforming provision
and
on
we're
this
going to
one.
remove that as a
Correct.
condition of this conditional zoning.
That's right.
Is the applicant seeking that?
Yes.
The removal of the
Non-legal?
non-conforming, absolutely.
Well, I
yes.
mean,
And
it-
that's
it-
included as.
I thought that
as
was really your
condition
whole
two.
point here, a major point.
Yeah, I mean, and by allowing the approval of this and by allowing the uses, it would make it a legal conformity.
Is at
That's
the
right.
at the intersection of Clubhouse Road and Old Oak Lane? It's not clear to me whether there's an entry point there or not. I don't see one when I go out and look
It's
at the
more of a
site.
one-way out.
So you can go out at that intersection.
Correct.
Well, we would not allow anything that close to the intersection as a travelable. You've got to be 25 feet away from an intersection before you can access it.
Right.
So I don't know if
I mean,
what's-
it's an existing driveway
That's
utilized
and it's used all the time.
100%.
So is it legal non-conforming?
It's
So we
probably
can't-
subject to statute of limitations on zoning violations too.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Never mind.
So,
Go ahead.
so that then becomes legal.
And he's saying the the limitations would have run out on it, and we couldn't enforce it anyway.
That's correct.
Okie dokie.
Well, I guess we could always enforce it now, but they're the ones that are
Right.
starting the slate clean, so we can.
You need that
I
driveway
mean,
there, right?
you can
We
enforce
use
anything.
it every day.
You can enforce anything, but I have a feeling if that was the case, we'd probably be seeing a lot more of Mr. Trask.
He's a nice guy.
laying that out
Be
there.
nice.
He's a nice guy.
All right, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel here. I have a question, a very, very pending question. I believe that the applicant agreed to seeking out to maybe update any specific data from the owner of the vacant lot at 108 Old Oak Lane as to their feelings about what is going to be installed. And I know that you don't have to do that other than the mailer, the mass mailer that was put out. But you, I think, indicated that you would.
Yeah, I still haven't heard anything. I've got no contact with them.
My understanding is we could try to know about. Is that accurate?
We've increased the setback there from what it was originally shown, right, of 10 feet to 15, which butts it up to their new building. So I guess where we left it is that if 15 works for them, which appears that they're showing it does, and we had no further objections from the owner at 108 Old Oak Lane, which apparently we do not have,
I don't have
that and the 25 setback continues all the way down, so 35 is protected, that would be sufficient.
Well,
Alan, have we lost the communication? Oh, okay.
we've actually never had any objections lodged by the owner of Lot 31. They've never appeared and given any comments to this application at either of the first two hearings or this one.
Okay, and I accept that. I just want, they offered to make an additional reach out on their
No,
own.
no, I know, but there was a statement made. I don't think it was intended. That would have led one to believe, listening to this for the first time, that there had been objections lodged by the owner of Lot 31, which is not the case.
No.
And West, this area at the bottom, preserved area, no preferred. Do we need some delineation of that?
Yes, sir. I've gone ahead and added a note that says preserved area to be hatched. And
Okay.
it looks like Todd is also
Make a note.
making a note of that.
Okay. Any more discussion from the board? Richard?
No.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that the planning board recommend approval of the proposed conditional zoning request with the, obviously with the additional setbacks that have already been reflected by the applicant in his latest drawing dated the 5th of June, 2023. That it's and finds that the planning board finds it's neither consistent or inconsistent with the land use plan, and the proposal is reasonable and in the public interest. Can I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Yes, for me.
Aye for Richard, aye for Jerry, aye for Ron, aye for me. We're going to move now on to subject number 12, which is the area of the VAC Center. And this happens to be another area where I believe the applicant is very interested in getting the legal nonconforming status removed from the conditions or from the site status right now. And for the clarity of people watching, this is the Village Activity Center, which is a membership. Anybody can go in, whether you live in Seatrail or not. You pay a fee or a membership or a monthly, daily, and you use the facility. It also houses, not to double negative here, but houses the Houses place, which is a restaurant. And this would also include parking and I guess coexisting agreements with the villas on Royal Post Road, because some of the parking is really kind of commingled and undefinable as to who's where.
There's a lot of joint ingress, egress, that kind of thing.
But that no additional dining space is contemplated within the Houses place, and they're just going to be really doing improvements to covered porches and lobby additions,
Interior and a lot of interior improvements.
interior to the building.
Is the game room going to be preserved?
The game room specifically, the whole interior is just going to be rehabbed. Do I know if the game room is going to be specifically what it is today? I can't answer. I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
Okay, seeing no further discussion or hands up, I'd like to present a motion that the planning board recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning request for subject site number 12, the Village Activity Center area, and finds it is neither consistent or inconsistent with the land use plan, and the proposal is reasonable and in the public interest. Can I have a second, Jerry?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor? Jerry's an aye,
Yes.
Richard's and I.
Aye.
Ron's an aye, and Pete is an aye. An aye for an aye. Moving on to subject site 12A.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, as we get into subject 12A, I know you requested some additional information on this site by staff. Staff did make a mistake in the staff report that under further review at the request of the chairman that this is indeed medium density and not high density. Just wanted to make that note just for the record.
Okay. I had asked the applicant a question in our May 26th meeting, excuse me, and it had to do with the existing access and egress for the River Creek Villas condominiums that are there now. There's several buildings. I think there's 8 buildings there, 7 buildings. They are 3-story buildings. And there is going to be common, it appeared to me to be common parking, because the parking for this site 12A, the new condominiums would really have to be outside the footprint, so it would be common parking with them. But I think you also indicated that this would have its own separate HOA. It would not be a part of the River Creek Villas condominium HOA.
That's typically what we've done when we've run into these situations in the past.
But it
A lot of the existing HOAs don't want to.
don't want additions.
Yeah,
For the
exactly.
example, Sawmill comes into mind.
Correct.
Well, that's fine. I mean, the existing in and out that's on the, call it the southern end of that, I believe, as an engineer, that you're going to be eliminating that. That the access and egress is really going to be really more in front of where the Village Activity Center access road comes in. There'll be more of an well, there's an existing intersection.
That's the vision we see it with the
Okay.
design of the site.
I would ask the question about what kind of buffer is going to be between the Creek View Drive rear of those houses, lot 119, 120, 121, because there doesn't appear to be any buffer shown. Would it be our standard non-residential to residential interface would be required?
So you've
This
got
would
your
be residential to residential.
Well, this is a condominium.
It's still residential.
So you've got a 15-foot existing buffer on I guess it is Creek Estates or Creek View Drive.
Creek View Drive. Yeah.
Over there. If you'll see that, that's in that hashed area.
Mhm.
And then you've got a total from the backs of 119 and 120, from the rear area of their yard where it's hashed to the buildable area. You've got a total of 40 feet between there. And obviously, we'll meet whatever the ordinance requires for buffering and what have you. But there's a pretty thick buffer there today with.
But it looks like you're going to be removing a good part of it, except for that 25. That's not 25 foot. It's yes, it is 25 foot setback.
25.
Are you intending to regrade the site, or if that buffer that adjoins 120,
I don't think there's.
What-
It's flat.
would that be permissible to
It's flat, and then there's the buffer where it's planted raises
Yeah.
up a little bit because that was part of the design.
Sure.
So that buffer is pretty well established, and
Are you open to keeping it?
100%, yes. We wouldn't touch it. We wouldn't remove
Yeah,
that existing buffer area in that
Okay.
15 feet for sure.
I asked the question on the 26th of May, where MR3 requires a 40,000 square foot lot for a multifamily development minimum, and this is 34,000 square feet. I think the answer was, well, I don't remember what the reasoning was, but I think the answer was it's okay. But I couldn't, for the life of me, come back and figure out why they can build a multifamily building on 34.
So through the conditional zoning process, I don't know if it needs to be spelled out specifically, but they have indeed asked for a lot to be used for multifamily that would not meet the existing conditions of the UDO and the MR3 zoning district.
So this would be a condition that we would be advancing.
Without saying it, it probably just needs to be put in writing, but by allowing it,
You're permitting
you
it.
would permit it.
I would also note that this site was the original Building 9 location for River Creek 1 condominiums.
Now, the other thing,
You're starting from scratch here.
No, I understand that,
Yeah.
but
it would be
you need to know your history or you're destined to repeat it, so to speak, as
Sure.
they say.
the other thing
Thank
that
you.
I will say to this, and I'll make 2 points. One of them, if there was something to be worked out between the applicant and the HOA and those lots were combined, then indeed this lot would meet the burden of the 40,000 square foot requirement.
By taking over part of the parking lot?
No, just by removing the boundary lot line and combining it with the parcel where River Creek condominiums are. Now, I know that's
what
Yeah.
I know that's easier said than done because you get into some HOA mingling and stuff like that, but to keep that
But a
in
deal can
consider-
always be cut.
That's correct.
But a deal may not,
Correct.
I don't object to these going in because
Right.
they are, well, the existing River Creek condominiums are 3-story buildings, and you're asking to go to 40 feet.
It's probably right there in the.
They're probably 38 foot now.
The other thing I will say to this is that any new units would have to hear the parking contained on site. They would have to provide the parking to go along with.
How do they do that if it's off their property? They have to show that they've
They
got
would
to
have-
deal with.
They would have to show where their parking is going to be for the site. Article 9 would still come into play with it.
Okay.
Right, when we submit a
So
site
that would
plan,
be our burden to
Hopefully
carry.
it won't take.
Yeah, if we can't fit, we can only fit on this lot what we can fit on this lot.
Right, so I mean, if they're asking for 36 or 40, they can only fit 12 because of the parking, they're limited to what they can. Yeah.
Here's an overview. I don't object to these condominiums going in there. This condominium's right there now. There's condominiums across the street. I think it's an appropriate spot for it. But we are here talking about conditional zoning, which has its own set of rules. And as we're all aware, you can take property across the street and come up with that minimum 1 acre by combining lots, one on one side of a street and one on another side of a street. What I struggle with is Site 12 across the street, which is the Village Activity Center, is classified as high-density residential. And the use of it is a restaurant, some retail possibly, a swimming pool, a membership club for the pool and the workout room. And 12A that we're dealing with right now is medium-density residential, totally different. And the applicant wants to put multifamily with its own HOA. I look at that as really, and I got to look to my right here. I look at this as really not qualifying as a 1 acre site, even though you're relying across the street, because across the street is a totally different use. It's classified differently. Everything about it is different. And I just don't want to hoist myself on my own petard here by allowing something that could come back to haunt us later on that did not satisfy the conditional zoning requirements.
So-
Minimum 1 acre.
Yeah, I
Do
mean,
you want to touch base on this, or do you want me to?
I thought I already looked at this one in particular.
And Wes, I'm looking at different classifications, totally different uses. But they're trying to
Yes, but-
bootstrap on each other.
That's right. So in terms of being compliant with the conditional zoning regulations, there is a minimum acre threshold, but that allows you to also include a lot or acreage that is across the street from you. So if you look on their site,
Oh, I know they line up. I know
Okay.
they line up. I know the proximity of the two.
so
I just think that they cannot rely on each other because it's totally different classifications. It's totally different intended uses that the applicant has. There's not even any similarity between the two.
but I, with all due respect, I understand your point, but there's not a limitation in the ordinance that says that they have to be similar uses, for example.
I read the wording. It contains under single control. And I don't know that those two lots are
Or
going to be
there's a
under.
designated agent that's responsible for them. So all of you could own property that are on the same street, for example, and if you designated me the agent, or more likely one of these guys, it would be under single site control for those purposes, even though you were different owners, and they could be different uses, and you would come forward to compile your properties.
All right, I don't know the answer to this question. It's just, I think it's complex, and I would like to have Grady and Wes and Chad rule on that.
As the UDO administrator, I deem this application complete to the sense of I will further take it one step of that. If you look at the total acreage of the parcels combined by 22 different ones, it definitely added up to more than 1 acre.
Well, you lost me in that.
They were voting on individual ones at a time.
We're voting on it, yes.
Very true, but
These
you're
are
looking at-
individual.
I understand, but it came in under one application.
Well, I think that's just a curious.
So this is the language that's being called into question here.
What I don't want is somebody to come back later on and say that the town acted inappropriately because we allowed the applicant fit this into the conditional zoning mold when it really didn't.
These are the,
As I said, I don't have any objection to this happening.
and these are the
I think
two.
it's an appropriate place for a multifamily building.
The language says within mainland residential zoning districts, a minimum 1 acre contiguous tract is required for any conditional zoning request. Such tract may consist of individually owned parcels, including parcels separated by a street or roadway, under single site control through a duly established agent agreement. There's no doubt in my mind that the two tracts are contiguous based upon the definition. So the question is the site under single site control through a duly established agent agreement? Alan?
How could it be?
I believe they own both parcels. So
Well,
they've
the
got,
houses place has joined in as one of your partners, I believe,
But
correct?
you got
who
it.
has?
But your VAC.
I'm trying to think of the fellow's name that owns that.
Parker. We own both. I mean,
You own the land.
yes.
I need to look to you and say,
I believe it's appropriate.
okay, that's all I need. I just don't want to, something that's obvious to me might not have been obvious to council.
I get it.
Well,
All right.
I think it's important that we make sure that we don't set a precedent here. I mean, if the legal advice is that based on the conditional zoning language has been adopted, that this qualifies as a 1 acre plot, then I don't think anybody.
Well,
can-
let's face it, if Riptide comes to us next year
Mhm.
with a half an acre site that happens to be across from the convention center, across the street, I think we would behoove to have to say they qualified for conditional zoning.
If they meet the rest of the definition,
Yes.
if it's a single site under control through a duly established agent agreement, if they're the owner of both parcels, you don't have to be an agent of your own parcels, right? So Todd is saying that they own both parcels, so that satisfies the definition.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that the planning board recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning request for site number 12A with the,
One condition, right?
there's no, we're
Or
going to,
40 foot's in. The height been taken care of, right?
right.
The condition
Yeah,
was
but-
the
but-
existing.
Excuse me, before we go on to this, is this language in terms of how we constitute 1 acre? And I want to get the sentiment board. Is this something we need to go back and take a look at?
No,
Because
no.
that
This is
looks
the-
like a loophole that you could
This is
drive
the,
a truck through.
this is the only place, well, you'd have to own property that was more than an acre on both sides of a road.
Yeah.
So and town council's already etched that in stone. So,
It could be a loophole, but also it's meant to, you want harmony of developments. And you don't want little islands of land not being used because they don't meet a technical, arbitrary square footage requirement. I mean, who cares if something's 40,000 square feet or 36,000 square feet? It's just an arbitrary number that applies usually to mass tracts of land. Here you've got an orphan that happens to be contiguous, separated only by a street. So the law likes to promote the use of land and not land going stagnant or in an unused condition.
No,
Okay,
that's fair.
I'll
And
continue
to
and
be
I'll-
honest, I'm the one that
we can
Took it
maybe
down
make
to
through
1
another one. I'll
Go ahead.
continue by saying the proposal is reasonable and in the public interest. Can I have a second?
I second.
And sorry, the condition that is added to this, the existing 25-foot buffer adjoining lot 120 shall be preserved, and the preserved area is to be
I
hashed.
forgot about that. Thank you.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's fine. We'll hash it. on that side.
And we have a second from Richard. Any more discussion? I vote affirmative on it.
I vote affirmative.
Yes, for me.
Yes.
Okay, 4 yeses on 12. We come to site number 13.
Are we out
Mr.
of time?
Chairman,
Are
if
we
I
out of time?
may, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I do know that we are looking at a 2:30 potentially stop time because of Grady having to leave. I'll let him address that.
Listen, I think you know enough at this point. I know there's a couple of more disputed parcels here that y'all have yet to deal with. And
We've hit most of the high points.
okay, most of the more contentious ones. I'm going to be in the car until 4 o'clock. I'm happy to field a phone call, put me on speaker, but I think you've kind of gotten some pretty good guide rails from me today as to what I think is within the scope and not within the scope. So I hate to be the one to stop progress.
We're going to go.
Good.
We're
And
gonna
call me if you need me.
Okay.
All right. Am I excused though?
go. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Grady.
Will the record note that Mr. Richardson had to leave at 2:26 p.m. The next item is subject number 13, which is the expansion. I'll call it so people know what we're talking about: the future hotel, driving range, and the expansion of what has come to be called the Champions Condos. I was very pleased to see the green space added, or at least delineated by the applicant, up to the back lots of number 312 and number 314 on Crooked Gully. That is Crooked Gully, yes.
Yes, yes.
And we have a 20-foot setback along the number 17 fairway of the Bird Course, which provides an additional buffer for the remainder of the lots as you move south along Crooked Gully. Some very specific concerns were voiced to the planning board by those citizens. I see that you're looking at putting in 3 new four-story, 24-unit, 2-bedroom condos in there. And even though it's not delineated, I see that there's a parking area out in front of it. And you're talking about putting in 1.66 parking spaces per unit, which I think we had agreed here and some other places, because of the groups that would be driving together, that the need for cars in our normal formula, which would be 2 per unit here, plus a half for each other bedroom out over 2 bedrooms. These are 2-bedroom units. So it is less than what our normal requirement
And then there's
would be.
accommodations for golf cart parking and stuff like that, because it's anticipated that there'd be a lot of
Right.
back and
Right.
forth
I see the
with
golf
that
cart
types of
parking.
uses as well.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note here that the concept really, because it ties into parking, the different types that we're trying to accommodate and all that sort of thing. The concept, for the record, is an elegant and modern driving range, but one that utilizes technology that caters to our more avid golfers, but also still accommodates novice golfers and their families. And so when we're talking about some of the things that we're going to go through, like parking, golf cart parking, car parking, all of that sort of thing, it's all under the umbrella of that kind of master concept.
Mr. Chair, if I may pose a question to Wes. The consideration that you take for this site is that as of right now, our UDO does not allow it allows for golf cart parking, but it does not allow for golf cart parking to substitute as regular parking. I don't know if that's what you're seeking here, and if that's what you are seeking, we would need to figure out how to make that allowable.
Well, they're not doing it where the condos are, because we already gave them a special dispensation for reduced parking.
Right.
at
No, we didn't.
condominiums.
Where do we do that? I thought we said not to exceed 3 anywhere, but not to be.
That was not on this particular site. And I also believe this is one of the sites that there is some additional clarification or questions about the conditions. Is that correct on subject 13?
Yes.
So, guys, Mr. Chair, do you?
Oh,
wanna
yeah.
get
Well,
what-
how about if you
yeah,
reflect those to start with?
Yeah.
There's no sense in us.
yeah.
The concerns.
The golf cart parking is additional.
Okay.
So
All right. That's
Thank you.
It's
All right.
just more parking.
Cool. Thank you, sir.
And were there conditions here that you were not
So
fully on board with?
if it suits, if it pleases the board, I thought I might mention, and I've done this once before, but it's been quite a long time, so I thought I might mention the written conditions from the May 31 report on page 12 and 13 that apply to subject 13 that are acceptable to Riptide. So we can drill
Okay.
down on the ones that
Okay.
we take issue with. So condition 1, A, B, C, and D, all acceptable. Condition 2,
What about E?
I'd
Okay,
like
all
to
right,
come
I'm
back to
sorry.
it. Yep. Conditions 2 and 4 also acceptable. Our concerns are with conditions, and our concerns, and just to be clear, what we cannot agree to as we sit here right now, the way this is written, but we may be able to reach a consensus on it, are with respect to 1E, which has 2 parts, and also 3.
And may I answer or just provide a point about 1E? That this provision was taken from the draft UDO for golf course ranges in particular. And this site, the applicant has actually requested to have a restaurant by right already. So these provisions are conflicting.
Mm-hmm.
If so, the question for the board is, do you guys have an issue with restaurants or retail on this site?
So they have restaurants and retail in the hotel part, right?
Well,
But this is in the little building E we're
So-
talking about here.
if you look at the proposed non-residential uses, that they've got all of these uses, and restaurants and retail commercial establishments have been included.
Yes.
And that's not something that there was an objection to at the last meeting. But I think really they're pointing out that we need clarity on what's permissible here.
Well, it would be my initial knee-jerk that a restaurant or retail associated with a hotel are certainly acceptable and needed for a successful hotel.
Okay.
You're talking about, I guess, another restaurant outside of the hotel.
Well, conceivably, this would say that you can't have a principal use restaurant or retail establishment, and I believe that, and E is the 1E. That regulation is in place, as though the golf course driving range was sort of in a vacuum. If someone wanted to put a driving range somewhere else in town. And I don't necessarily, the intent of that regulation was not necessarily for this site in particular, but it can be included if that's of interest to you all.
But a question to the applicant: we're discussing now the uses in what they call Building E, right?
No.
The driving range building.
Okay, got it. We're talking about 1E and E. Yeah.
So it's actually building E and A, and I wanted to talk a little bit about what the vision is here. First of all, the first portion of E says only accessory uses meant to serve patrons of the golf facility are permitted, such as snack shops and pro shops.
I had written a golf facility and hotel in my hand notes.
We would, and maybe that should have been pulled into here, but what we would say is that serving the general public is part of the idea, because one thing we want to do, and this ties in with the idea of the restaurant and the attached retail, we want to showcase this facility to members of the public as well. We want to pull in folks, who may not just be there to use the golf facility and the driving range, and serve them as well, because we think there's some synergy there. And so that's we would like to serve the general public.
Where are you going to put it?
Let me turn this down.
You've said it twice.
I want to make sure I'm turned up a little bit.
Okay, Tess.
Test.
Oof. Well, I get. I'm.
I think he's still on.
All right, go ahead.
That's much better. Better.
Yes.
Yep.
So let me start with some specifics. We're talking a little bit generally. So what we have is E is the driving range facility that would serve food and beverage to like the range goers.
Okay.
But that's mainly going to shut down after the driving range itself shuts down.
The vision on that is for it to be
Or excuse me, it's going to serve,
transition.
yeah, as a transition point once the range shuts down. Excuse me, thank you. And then building G is envisioned as a golf cart rental facility. And so,
Golf cart maintenance building is what it says.
It's
and that's why we included we want that to be a golf cart rental facility.
Right. That's the basically it's the cart barn where they would house the carts and
Yeah.
for a rental business. You come there, get your hotel room, you rent one of the condos, you're there for the
The key
weekend,
card.
the week, or whatever like that. You get a street legal golf cart where you can now move around the resort and what
Drive
have
around
you.
the town,
Move around the resort legally as allowed
but
by.
not on the golf course. You have to. That's a whole
that's a
separate
different
deal.
that would be a different-
That's a whole
Yeah,
other
it's a
issue.
whole
Yes.
separate.
So that building G is a rental facility.
And a maintenance.
storage and
So you're going to change the
Storage
name of it
rental.
Yeah, storage rental.
because it's not you. Right now, you call it a maintenance golf cart maintenance building.
In the little table,
Going back to
In the table on the right box. Because I was going to always ask the question. That's going to
Yeah,
be
so
very
here,
inconvenient.
this is where it's included, rental of the following
It says non-motorized.
non-motorized.
So we'll have to include motorized and non-motorized.
We would like to include that.
I think that's going to require. I don't know. I think opening up into motorized rentals is going to be a little different. If they want to use golf carts out of it,
don't
that's
they normally call
that's
them
one
like
thing.
slow speed? There's like a
I mean, I think we can just, or I believe that it would be clear enough to add a condition here that says rental of golf carts shall be permitted if that's the pleasure of the board.
So that building specifically, like I said, is basically the cart barn. You know, where you gas them up, charge them, whatever type of carts you have. They get delivered to the person at the hotel or the pickup lane, and then they can utilize them from there.
And
They're not actually doing business,
But
in
they can
that
take them
building.
to the beach. They can. Well, there has to be street legal to do that.
It's got to be street.
Yes, it would have to be street legal for them to traverse on the public roadways.
All right. So you just want to add, instead of just golf cart maintenance, like a barn, because right now the maintenance is done underneath the Jonesburg clubhouse, isn't it, Jerry?
just storage underneath there. It's just storage. They're all leased vehicles, so if something's wrong with them, they're sent back to
Okay. But anyway, that's where they're stored.
storage.
And
These
This
would be
is different.
LSV or low speed
This would be
vehicles,
different.
whatever
Yeah.
you want to call them.
okay, this isn't for golf
Just
carts
like
that are
if-
used on the golf course.
No,
Okay, gotcha.
Very different.
Okay.
And I mean, that is one that we would like to add, but we would also like to open up the conditions that are set out in 1E to allow.
1E only applies to the driving range.
Well, so yeah.
It applied to the golf facility, which I took to mean the whole site.
It would mean the whole. So
It says the site.
is the board, does the board have issue with there being a by right restaurant or retail establishment here, wherever it may be?
On the surface, I do not.
Well, there's considerable written objections we've been receiving concerning the nature of this facility.
Okay. You want to elaborate?
So I have no objections to all those things being certainly in the hotel at all. That's fine. Restaurants, bars, whatever you want to do inside your hotel is fine. I guess I'm a little suspect of, because what I hear is you kind of want that to operate with the driving range and then in addition to the driving range hours.
Because the driving range closes 10 o'clock.
So do we have to think about the hours of operation here?
Lights go off at 10 o'clock.
Oh.
Yes, but the lights go off, but they want to keep building E open, right?
I don't think past 10 o'clock.
No.
So
You can add an hour
Well,
of
then it will
operation.
not be, and it'll be, people will be there that aren't
The
necessarily.
driving range will be open the entire time.
Yeah.
It just transitions to be open for
I thought,
users of the golf course only to if you're not playing golf on the golf course, or as a member guest or whatever you want to call it, like that, Alan can come in from
So your
Calabash and go hit golf.
your
balls
issue
if
is
he
with
wants
that
to,
final line of
or
E.
meet friends there.
and the first one as well. So, it sounds to me like if it's okay with the board, you would strike all of E, and then you would add a clause if hours of operation is an issue. You could add a clause
Yes.
there similar to other ones that no restaurant shall remain open after 10 p.m.
I believe the hours of operation are already sunrise to 10. I think
Yeah, but that's for the driving range.
That was for the driving range.
I'm not seeing the.
I don't.
I'm not seeing that the. Okay.
Well, it's what
I
we
mean,
do. We're regulating
Because you could,
lighting.
I guess, you can turn the lights off and close the driving range. I guess but you could have a eating establishment and bar in
Within
building
the
E.
within the building.
But we're saying that also has to close at 10 o'clock. So I think we just put it in there that the accessory uses in building E there, whatever the right language is, also ceases at 10 o'clock.
But
Right?
the restaurant in the hotel does
No,
not have to
it doesn't.
close at 10 o'clock.
Because this section, I think,
Fair.
is the driving range, right?
That's
This whole number 1, I thought, applies to the driving range, unless I'm not correct. Because of the first sentence, subject to the following use standards for driving ranges.
Can we? I think we're on the same page with regard to really all of 1. I would suggest, unless there's a reason to keep it, that we consider just striking 1E. It doesn't seem that 1E really applies to this type of property anyway, and it seems we're on board with everything else already.
I hate to agree to things that I haven't had a chance to digest, but on the surface, it sounds like that's fine.
And if that is acceptable to the board, then that would remove one of Riptide's only 3 objections to this entire.
But
Yep, and let me just add one more point of clarification. If you're still interested in hours of operation limitations, you would just state that with the exception of any eating establishment in the hotel,
Right.
all restaurants shall close prior to 10 p.m.
Can you add that?
Yes.
yes, I think that's the intent too, but
Yeah.
maybe I'm not.
Well, it just hadn't been stated, though. But you're right. Jerry?
Last meeting, we talked about there was a 2-story driving range complex.
Yes.
And it was not mentioned there, but it looks like on this one it's going to 3 stories, or is that just a misprint?
Where are you looking?
This small print here,
Yeah, F.
the 3 stories, which
Oh,
Yeah, it does look like it's. I believe it is 3 stories. Let me.
Are we talking about the
driving
multifamily?
range.
The driving range.
So we're talking about a 30 to 35 foot structure.
well, the 16 feet. I assume was the height for 2-story.
Yeah, it's the ground level and then 2 stories.
stories on top. So actually, it's 3 stories then. 3 stories.
Yeah, I'd be a lot more comfortable with 2.
So
so
if we have a height, what I'd require is a height limit. And I don't, 50 foot is the height limit on this right now.
well, if it's 15 feet per story, that's 45 feet.
Well,
The
he's
ground
counting
level-
the first one first.
The ground level 15, 15, 15, 3
Well,
times
usually-
15.
Ground level is going to be 10.
Given that,
11.
given the complexity of this particular tract, might we call for a short recess? We wanted to speak to our client about this, make sure we've got a couple things straight.
5 minutes. Yeah. 10 minutes.
How
Can we have
Well,
10?
have we collected all of the things that are
Uh,
concerns? So
Yeah,
maybe
there's
one
no sense in
phone
going
call
back to the
rather
well
than
if we have anything else.
You mentioned the height for the multifamily as well.
So the multifamily height limit included in item 3, that is something where with the current design that we're working with, and I would just stress that that design has been prepared by resort familiar professionals who've utilized that design in other locations. That does require a 50-foot height limit as opposed to 45. And the impact of that, just one of many impacts, would be reducing the ceilings in those units from 9 feet to 8 feet. And so we looked at the Champions buildings, which are adjacent.
They're 3 stories.
Those buildings are at a 50-foot limit as well. And so that's what that sort of
I
consistency.
think they're at 45.
Do we know the real height of those?
When I
They're
scaled them,
but they're built at a 50-foot ceiling. So there's a 50-foot ceiling applicable to them. And our design is just north of 45. And so, yes, they're built at the actual structure is under that. I'm saying the ceiling on the height limit is at 50 feet. And our structure is just north of 45. And what we need is that 5 feet in order to accommodate that small couple of feet north of 45 feet.
I can't read the small print here on this.
can we say no taller than the Champions buildings that are there now? Is that getting your? Or am I
No. What he's saying is the existing Champion buildings are allowed up to 50. They didn't use it.
Oh, all right. I
They're-
thought you meant
That's a
But
better
they
way of
want to
saying
have
it.
the
I
same
appreciate that.
allowance.
Yeah.
Though I can't read your small print. What does it say for height in there?
I don't know. The
It's
Champions
47
have 50
feet
foot.
7 inches.
Was it?
So 48
They
feet.
did.
That's correct, and to build in some amount of flexibility. So if you have a vent chimney or something along those lines, you're
Right.
not getting into a non-conforming situation.
And the hotel's been already approved to what height?
50
50?
foot.
50.
I mean,
The hotel height is going to
As
be.
is the convention center.
I guess I'm okay at 48 feet for that.
It's
those
all in
buildings.
that same little circle right there.
So what are you asking for? 50 foot?
We're asking for a 50-foot limit, and with the understanding and the representation on the record that the actual design is less than that. It's just we're talking about very hairline thin margins, and so we're asking for a 50-foot ceiling to give us some small amount of inches of
Well, the 8-foot
flexibility.
ceiling would look like a cave. They don't make them anymore.
Right.
So does anybody on the board have any consternation with what we're doing? Is we're raising that height from 45 to 50. So your item number 3 that they had not agreed with, you will revise that.
Yes, and I'll summarize for everyone where we are now. There's been a provision added that golf cart rental shall be permissible. Height of multifamily residential structure shall not exceed 50 feet. And then with the exception of establishments located within a hotel, no restaurant or eating establishment shall remain open past or shall be open past 10 p.m.
Can I ask a couple of questions about the hotel? I see it defined in square footage, but in the conversations up to now, we've talked about it in terms of number of units.
Yes.
What is the proposed number of units that we're being asked to approve here?
150.
For the hotel,
Yes.
It says
maximum
not to exceed-
150
not to
units.
exceed 150 foot of the latest
150
version.
units?
Yeah, 150 rooms.
units. Along that same line, go ahead if you're not done.
Yeah, I mean, my concern is, and is this going to be a single story? How many stories are it? Five stories?
50 foot.
Yeah, whatever. You're looking at a 4-story max, 3-story max, depends on the investment group that comes in that's looking to partner in that endeavor. But the flexibility in there, because you don't know if you're doing a large scale, I say large scale, 150 room hotel, or if you're doing more of someone who wants to come in and do more of a boutique style
Okay.
hotel. So you just need that,
Because I
gives the
mean,
flexibility to go.
150 rooms. When you look at a Hilton Garden Inn or you look at a Marriott Courtyard, typically those run about 130 units.
Sure.
Right. So 150. That's a pretty big plot. So, but what you're saying is that you just want license to go up to 150 units.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Correct.
One of the overwhelming questions that citizens are bringing before the planning board, it has to do with timing, and I brushed on this before, and this will be the last time I talk about it, but this site is the most important to me when it comes to timing. If you're going to bring people here to play golf and to go to the convention center, they need a place to stay.
Yep.
We're going to be talking about and have already talked about some condominium setups, but the hotel is the quick and easy way. You're going to play golf, you go to you get a package. A hotel is going to be
Quick and easy to rent, not necessarily quick and easy to build.
Well, okay. What is the timing? Because if the hotel is not contemplated to hit the ground now, then the success of the golf course and the convention center is going to be delayed significantly.
Right. So
Which means all of this other stuff we're doing or talking about is going to be
Moot.
sure, and like we talked about, it's all a big picture. It's all putting the pieces of the puzzle
Where
back
are
together.
you with the hotel? You've had titular approval on this for 6 months.
So we haven't had approval to build a hotel. We have had
Major zoning considerations.
we haven't had any zoning changes
you did.
for a
It went-
hotel.
went
We had
to
land
multi-
use classification change.
We went to multi-use, and we did that 6 months ago.
No, we changed the land use classification. It was never brought forward.
That-
You have to
that-
go through a special use permit.
Well, then they brought it to the town council, and the town council approved it.
They
No,
bought the
that was
land
the
use
land use
classification change.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're talking stuff that I don't understand.
Oh, sorry. So you changed the land use classification. No, however, they never brought seek to zoning approval to build a hotel via special use.
Why not?
Why not? Because we were in process with text
Because
amendments.
you're waiting on this?
No, Pete, let me finish. Sorry. We were in process with numerous text amendments with y'all, well, some of y'all, all of y'all. And then we couldn't go down that road. That would have led to us moving forward with a lot of these projects. And we switched over in January
So the
to the
conditional,
condition to the
Condition-
availability of conditional
conditional
zoning.
zoning was approved in January.
So I would also say we have a little bit of this conditional zoning for a project of this magnitude, and to entice a hotel developer to come in and do this, which Riptide is not a hotel developer, and that's a special niche of the development world. This is a prerequisite. This approval is a prerequisite to figuring out some of the timing on that. I would say, and I'm happy to represent on the record, that given the 2 years that has gone into the overall development, redevelopment in some cases of this area, Riptide is in a position where it must move forward with all deliberate speed on this. We are not in a position to let this drag out for another couple of years. It'll
You
become
see-
economically unfeasible.
You see our consternation, my consternation,
I do.
is that if all of a sudden something doesn't work, then we have, as a planning board, allowed Riptide to conditional zoning on a whole bunch of parcels that we would never have considered unless it was in the overview of the success of the golf courses. So that is, that's huge. That's huge.
I would say if it doesn't work, that would be very bad for Riptide.
Well, it would be very
Very
bad.
bad.
for
I mean,
Sunset
we-
Beach.
But I think it would be worse for Riptide having invested millions of dollars to this point
We
already.
don't-
So Pete,
we don't
you-
care about
to
Riptide.
specifically answer your question, where is this in the hierarchy of our projects?
Okay.
Because I think that's really what you're asking,
Okay.
right? More or less, the hotel, the convention center, which we're already working on. The renovations are in full force taking place, as everybody can see what's been going on the outside of the building. The inside of the building, the roof, are all having cosmetic upgrades done to them as we speak. So it is a priority to get the rooms available for the convention center, rooms available for the golf courses, so we can move everything up at the same time. Because really, the convention center and the golf courses don't really start firing on all cylinders until that rental base is established.
Yeah,
So
but I guess the question I have is, Riptide is perfectly capable of building in a relatively short time frame whatever gets approved today.
well,
Okay,
but hold on. It's very different for a hotel, because that hotel
Yeah,
is
but
going to
so-
go through a whole unique approval process because of the nature of people and
So
what
my
it has to
que-
go through, the size of the site through the state, and that just takes
And that's out of our hands.
My question
Time.
is, I would assume that in light of this impending approvals, there would have been some preliminary discussions with parties that you expect to eventually close as the developer of record
I'm sure
for the
those have
hotel.
already taken place.
We've
Yeah.
done
We have a
everything we
Yeah.
can to advance that as far as we can.
We
Yeah,
we
but
need to
I-
move on.
He
We need to
answered my
move on.
question about timing because he
Yep.
was talking about a priority.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into his business when
Yep.
it comes to.
They wanted a 10
So-
minute timeout.
Yeah, I don't know if do you still need a
5 minutes.
timeout here? I believe the other question we have is on the 3 stories of the driving range. But
Yeah,
the
I
other
think
items been satisfied.
if I understand everyone correctly, I think we've reduced the issues, and I appreciate this very, very much. I think we've narrowed the issues to the 3-story driving range.
Yep.
And we would like to get some clarity from our client on that
Yep.
so that we can sort of fully present to you. I think we may have some opportunity to reach consensus on that. But if we could have just several minutes to do
All right.
that.
How about we'll resume at 3 o'clock? It's 6 minutes of 3 right now.
Yep.
Is that good, everybody? All right, we're going to take a 6 minute.
Drinks on Todd afterward.
Great.
All right, resuming our meeting after our short break. Is the applicant prepared to address the driving range height?
Yes, and Mr. Chair, thank you for that short recess. So this design contemplates and really working with what is a 40-foot maximum height. It really contemplates 3 levels of bays for the driving range. One at ground level, one above that, and then one above that. We can certainly go into the hours that we anticipate, having certain portions of it open and all of that. But that height is probably going to be somewhere just north of the 35-foot range. And so we've asked for 40 feet just to accommodate that sort of total height. So ground level, 1 story up, and then 1 story on top of that with, your turf line and then bays behind it.
So the
Planning
answer is
board?
no.
Planning board, what do you think?
I'm concerned. I've seen 3-story driving ranges, and I don't think it's appropriate for the site.
Jerry?
I do have some concerns with that being that high. I do. But with that in mind, I think the last thing we wanted to do was have a Topgolf kind of looking facility there. I'm trying to work with you guys the best I can, but that might be a little too much for me right this second, unless I can be convinced otherwise.
Ron?
Likewise, I guess there's been considerable consternation over that. So
Sure.
I thought we had talked last time it was 2 stories, but maybe I heard that wrong. But
I wrote down there was a 2-story, which I didn't have a problem with it whatsoever.
I guess it's a matter of definition of counting the ground floor or not.
Shame
So-
on us.
But now we know, so we need to mull a little bit. I
I
guess.
think there's been an awful lot of lack of understanding as to what this is going to really be. We're in 2023 right now, where electronics are a key part of swing speed, launch angle.
Yep.
And that information isn't necessarily Topgolf oriented, but it's electronic, and so people, I think, are getting confused. If it's something where the main objective is to have you and your buddies see who can hit the ball closest to a circle out there, and then it's electronically scored, that's really not practicing golf. That is entertainment. And so
Understood.
I think that's where I'm not, 3 stories or 40 foot is not a problem for me, because we've already got the champions, which are 40 foot or more, right there, and they're the closest ones to it. And then our 3 new condos.
This would be the shortest of
Shortest
all
building
the
in the
facilities.
So that height doesn't bother me. The spirit, the format of what that facility really is going to be. If we're mislabeling it as a driving range, then we need to stop doing that.
Well, no, and
You
I
need to stop doing that. But if it's entertainment golf, if it is Topgolf, we need to.
Well, it can be both, and I think Topgolf is a misnomer when it comes to what's being done here. You can go to St. James Plantation right now, and they're putting in the exact same technology that we're talking about, and many other of the high-end country clubs and golf facilities anywhere you go right now. And the Top Tracer golf technology is utilized much in the same way that you see at Topgolf, but it's also used by professional golfers, by golf schools, college campuses, and things of that nature to facilitate the feedback that's expected these days in golf facilities. That, golfers like myself become mental midgets and need to overanalyze every part of my swing. So they want to see the trajectory of their golf ball, the backspin that's being provided, all that kind of stuff. That is the intention of that facility 90% of the time. That Top Tracer computer technology, like all computers, will allow you to also run a program where you can enjoy it after 4 o'clock as a more leisurely event with your friends, like you would the restaurant. You can go golfing with your buddies and go get a cold drink after your round of golf. you can go to a facility and play games with your friends later in the evening, in the afternoon. And so to qualify it as one or the other is difficult in this day and age too, because it can be both. And really, with the way the golf world is shaping, needs to be both.
Is there a facility within of the 6 golf courses or golf properties that are adjacent to us? Do any of these have that technology?
Not
No.
that I-
I'm not aware of. I know St. James has it. I played in. I know there's several when you get into Little River in South Carolina that definitely are using it. It's
Well,
one of those
I-
things that's being transitioned into golf courses.
Yeah. I guess the intent behind that question is, doesn't seem to me to offer a competitive advantage if other courses in the area are not exploiting that technology to attract. And I'm more concerned. I mean, I get the technology aspect of it, and I don't know why that is incumbent with it having to be 3 stories. Maybe there is some technological
Well, the number of
reason.
bays is what it's in the money.
Well, I think we've made a lot of concessions here based on the idea that we want this complex to succeed. Okay. So I don't think it's out of line that this again may be something that we need to moderate.
Jerry,
Yeah.
Top Tracer Golf, are you familiar with it?
Yes, yes.
Have you ever
Right.
done it?
No, I have not.
Is it an educational tool or is it a game? Is
It depends.
is it
It's
entertainment?
Todd. It
Depends on the-
depends. It's just
It's
the
both.
thing that on Building E they've eliminated any type of restaurant.
No,
No, they have not eliminated the
it's
restaurant.
just got to close at 10 with the driving
It's
range.
closed.
Yeah. And I think for you all, just to sort of bring us back into the appropriate framework, I understand the concern about a game as an entertainment, but for us, we really need to be thinking about mitigating any potential negative impacts. And so, for you all, what are those specifically?
3 stories.
Okay.
Yeah. And I have another question too. One of the things
When you
that-
said 3 stories, you mean you're okay with 3 stories?
No, I'm not okay with it. Yes, what the hang up is as to why I would resist approving this. That's-
As I had
that's what it
indicated,
is.
I think it'll be the smallest thing there anyway.
Yeah, Pete, you make a good point. You do.
Yeah, I mean,
Make a
your
good point.
expertise. I don't know.
The only thing would not envision is taking all those beers up to the 3rd floor and having a good old time.
Yeah. Plus,
You know,
I mean,
Can we restrict that?
gambling, is there?
Can we restrict that?
Sorry. Can you restrict alcohol?
The alcoholic beverages inside the building E, but not in the swing area?
Potentially, you could. I mean,
yeah,
again,
I don't want to really walk down that path.
that's in
Stump check.
perhaps a troublesome enforcement procedure.
Yeah.
Enforcement nightmare. Yeah. So again, I mean, there's law enforcement to deal with issues of someone being overserved or someone being drunk and disorderly. But
I'd
What's-
like to take a vote.
Can I ask a question that might help? From a UDO administrator standpoint, I'm going to propose this question to Wes: is when you look at a driving range versus a entertainment and amusement type businesses, would you, Wes, and your expertise, I guess, we don't have any in this region outside of going down to Myrtle Beach. Would a Topgolf facility be considered more in our table uses an entertainment and amusement type business?
it would be yes, or a commercial outdoor recreation type of use. And that's probably how it would be classified. I don't know that that's what you guys are trying to do.
I think calling it Topgolf is
It's really
not
yeah.
a Topgolf.
yeah.
That is a very
It's
different
not
animal.
going to have a
It's the
large
it's the
sign
perception.
and strobe
It's
lights.
a
the
perception
perception.
thing, but that's
Yeah.
not what it is. And, well,
It's
and I
not, yeah.
understand the name recalls certain things, but that's certainly not what we're talking about here. We're just talking about a multi-level practice range, driving range that has a second layer of uses. We're not talking about
But I think-
massive lighting
Yeah,
or
but
anything.
that creates that. Then there's no delineation. That makes it
I
different.
think it's
Top
kind of,
Golf is very different. I mean, Top
Yeah.
Golf is in the middle of Charlotte, North Carolina, or
Yeah.
Raleigh, or something like that, and they have massive, massive, massive structures.
right.
And that, so to put it in that same bucket is just they don't commingle. Like
It's calling a bed and breakfast a hotel. I mean, they're really
Yeah,
two
but
different things.
here's what I'll share with you. The vast majority of people that have come and talked to me about this, they're putting in a Top Golf here. So I think part of this is the perception in terms of the number of stories, 3. Now you are starting to look like, talk like, and walk like a Top Golf facility, even though I understand.
Let's
There's
get some
substantial
guidance from
difference.
Wes.
So-
how we may be able-
I mean,
Navigate
there is this is a more popular thing that's happening. I don't believe
is that.
it's not possible that they're proposing a Top Golf here. Those facilities are they're massive. They're proposing a 25 by 100 structure. Now, the stories is what's being called into question. Can you all elaborate on the need for 3 stories versus 2 stories and things of that nature?
Can I ask a question? How many bays are in 3 stories?
I think they know.
bays.
The
You
track
count,
is.
you count 'em, you gotta count them.
It doesn't say. Bear with me 1 second. I think I
Okay.
have that information for you.
Trick
It's
question.
like 15,
I got like 18 across.
18.
Well, I think the drawing here is just kind of representation. I don't think it reflects the actual
Well, I see
land and
the
number of
driving range
bays.
covered hitting base is 30 by 140.
This shows proposed track
Yeah.
2C is 10 acres, but I think track 2C is
That's
includes the hotel.
Yeah.
It's not clear.
No, well, we're
So-
talking about F.
It's F,
In the
which is
building.
actually
Mm.
30 by 140
So 140 is the width.
length.
Oh,
That's-
across the
that's
bay.
So just to put that in perspective, that's a 4,200 square foot linear structure. That's not for all intents and purposes, that's not a large structure. Now the height seems to me maybe the sticking point here.
Well, I haven't heard a number yet.
We don't know.
There we go.
We haven't designed that all the way. I mean, we think it could be 30 bays,
And,
but
and I
we're
don't
just
think
not sure because
So 10 bays on a level.
10 to 12.
basically 10 to 12 bays on a level.
we're just not exactly sure about that yet. And I don't want to act like
So
we
you're
can
not,
commit
it's
to
not
it 'cause we-
overly
Yeah.
massive.
That's fine.
And some
I
of
think
it
you
is
you can
outdoor
find
turf.
yourself to the width
That's
of the
fine.
driving range anyway. So it's to me, and if the width of the driving range is acceptable to us, I think
No,
a,
it's not.
a facility that complements that along the edge is just there. And again, I address my view of the height. I think it's 40 feet is livable because the hotel is 50, Champions is 50, the new ones and the
In good spirit, I will work with the candidate on this item.
All right. I guess I have to ask the planning board. We apparently cannot get a specific definition on what Top Tracer Golf System is, but it is my understanding that it is a practice facility. It is something that provides electronic technology to be able to coach people to learn your launch angle, your club head speed, other statistics that help you improve your game, as opposed to having it just to see who can hit the ball the furthest to
Yes, sir.
win the Cupid doll.
That's correct. And just for everyone's edification, I did briefly measure the square footage of the Top Golf in Myrtle Beach, and that structure is approximately 23,000 square feet. So you're talking about a structure that's 8 times larger, approximately, or sorry, 6 times larger than what's being proposed here.
And I guess what I'm hearing from you, there's no way to separate. I mean, I think there is some concern that becomes that game becomes a party situation up
Yeah.
on the 3rd level.
So
How to separate the activities in building E
So you-
from F.
you've got, remember, you've got all your police related ordinances in place, and you do have hours of operation limitations. as well. So, again, I don't know for you guys on 2 versus 3 stories, where you guys are on, or 3 stories is what you want. And if 3 stories is what you need, then I think we just need to include it, and we need to move forward with some type of motion. Or your recommendation needs to be that we recommend it subject to 2 stories or whatever.
All right, I'd like to propose, just to get the height out of the way, I'd like to poll the planning board on height. We're looking, I think somebody's at, I was at 40 feet. Somebody is less than that, but I don't know what is that number? Is it 30 feet in height?
2 stories versus 3 stories.
Yeah, well, that'd be, say, 28 feet, but yeah, okay.
I'm okay with 2. I could be talked into 3 stories,
Okay.
provided that.
Richard?
Yeah, I'm sticking to my guns on 2.
Okay.
Maybe outvoted here, but
I'm kind of where Jerry is. But
I don't think the height is going to alter whether it's entertainment
Right.
or not.
that's where my concerns are with this is the spillover.
But the height, I don't.
I mean, I don't
have anything to do.
I don't
with
think if there's a golfer up there trying to work on his launch angle or something, it's not an issue. And I know we have a police department here and stuff, but I think we're just trying to anticipate, or maybe we just can't do it. And
I mean, look, I understand the concern, and I'm not trying to advocate for the applicant here, but you're also, I mean, it's not as though, and much to probably to the contrary of some Sea Trail folks, this is not in the middle of, it's not like in the middle of a country club. You're adjacent to a proposed hotel and a convention center, so there is some, symbiotic relationship
I'm
there.
looking at the proximity, and that's why I say.
Yeah.
so is there going to be? I mean, we're talking about that. Then are we going to get into buffers, and so we reduce the visibility of it?
Buffers. Well, you can't reduce the visibility of something that's 30 feet tall or 40 feet tall.
Yeah, well,
Not to mention,
that's
they
my
have
point.
proposed to keep the trees that you requested from the meetings on the 25th and 26th, and that along that area along.
Well, that's along the back
That-
way.
that-
is
That is a great question. In terms of the length of this, is there particular limitations on placing this further away from Avenue of the Champions, perhaps? I don't know. I don't have the.
Not really, just due to the fact that we are going likely be using some technology that collects golf balls out of the lake and can extract it back onto the property.
So I don't have a dimension here, but I'm not quite sure. If
Scale it, but I don't have the scale. If you move it back away from the Avenue of the Champions, you're shortening the distance, and really you're shortening the functionality of the practice facility.
that's
Well, do we
true.
know what the
200
distance
yards
is?
away is not.
Right. I think that's a pretty good distance, though. Let's see.
It's
I mean,
you-
it 800 feet, which is
100 yards only.
200.
yeah.
For a
So
golfer like Jerry, 100 yards. That,
280
Yeah,
yards.
280 yards. So I guess you almost need most of that.
yeah.
Yeah.
You do.
You need the
most of
distance.
that.
Moving it towards the lake
Is
or
not-
stormwater pond in this
Yeah.
case.
Well, and I've heard a lot of complaints on other sites concerns from citizens, but I've not from the Champions.
And we are hard fast and on
I've met with
lights
the
out
champions.
and closing everything in these 2 E&F buildings at 10 p.m.
That's on
Well,
there.
that's already
That's
on there.
correct.
All right, I'd like to.
Can I ask one more question? I mean, is there some sort of barrier along the, I guess, the
Like he's already answered
northwest
I'm
border of
sorry.
the driving range? I mean, what's to prevent people from knocking balls into the parking lot?
That's
That'll be up
fairway.
to them.
No, this side you're talking about, right?
It
Yeah, I'm
says,
talking
it
about-
says at no time shall golf balls be permitted to cross the adjacent property on
this-
public streets, da-da-da-da-da. And I
Yeah.
think they've agreed to that.
That's correct.
Yeah, but how do you do that? I mean, you're building a
That-
netting.
again, that's
Them.
up to them.
Yeah,
you know.
that's just our burden to
that-
carry
that-
with TRC.
That's up to
and
them.
All right, I'd like to have a vote on the height, and I'll start it off by, well, if I start it off, it's going to be starting off with my 40 feet. So if somebody wants to make a motion for 30 feet, I'll try to
Is
get a
there an
second.
objection to 40 feet?
And that would be a 3-story building.
Yes.
I might suggest that based on the never mind.
Where are y'all at with height?
We're probably in that sort of
35?
35
I thought you
range.
said 35.
We're probably in that 35 range. We're just not exactly sure about what needs to be there. Like if there needs to be a 1.5 step up at the bottom or something
About
that goes
30.
along with
We
design.
can go with
And swing,
Yeah.
it's not just a
And
regular
it's about a-
ceiling, you're swinging a golf club.
That's right. I understand that it's about a 10-foot, or I understand that it's about a 10-foot bay height. And so we're right, just to build in a little bit extra, we're probably looking right around 35.
36. We go with 36.
I would ask that we have no intention of building to 40, just for the record.
How about 38?
But we're trying to
That
make
would
sure
be
we could do 38.
Very helpful. I'd like to make a motion, or fool us that a 38-foot height limit maximum on this
So
driving
this is
range.
still 3-story.
Yes.
Still 3-story.
Okay. I vote against.
Okay,
I'm
Jerry?
going to work with the applicant on this one. Yes,
Okay.
I'll agree to it.
Okay, and Ron?
Yeah, I think you're okay with the hard stop at 10 should probably shift everybody over to the hotel bar.
And we have that hard stop at 10, and I'm a yes as well.
I sure like to see a sign.
Yes, 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 no.
Alcohol, no
Okay, now
alcohol.
I'm gonna
So-
propose,
Yep, go ahead.
make a motion that we put a 38.
Do we have to do something about the height of the condos, don't we?
Well, I'm going to make a motion that we put a 38-foot height on the driving range.
And
Okay.
I can summarize where we are in terms of conditions.
Okay.
With
38-foot height on the driving range. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion? Please no. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
3
Against.
ayes? Four ayes.
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
No.
One no.
Go ahead.
So we
Here's the conditions that I'm going to make the consistency statement around.
1E has been stricken. A clause has been added regarding the driving range that the height shall not exceed 38 feet. Height of multifamily residential structures shall not exceed 50 feet rather than 45.
Yes.
Golf cart rental shall be permissible, and with the exception of establishments located within a hotel, no restaurant or eating establishment shall be open past 10 p.m.
Okay. I'd like to read or make a motion that we, for a consistency statement, that the planning board recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning request for site number 13 with the conditions just previously read by Wes. And we find it neither consistent nor inconsistent with the land use plan. The proposal is reasonable and in the public interest. Can I have a second?
I second it.
Okay, more discussion? All in favor? Aye. Aye for Larkin.
Aye.
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 Ryan? You said aye?
Yes.
Okay. Jerry, you had a comment to make that I thought was particularly important.
This was,
as we
I
move
guess,
into number
when
13,
when
so-
legal counsel was here. That in my past, I've been involved in multi-million car dealership deals, only to see at the very, very end the deal blow up. And my question to legal counsel: where are we if the applicant doesn't buy the three golf courses?
If the golf courses don't come through.
Yeah.
So they would be the tracks would be conditionally zoned to what you approve. That would be the only thing that can do to that they could do to those. So the burden would come back onto them as like if they can't fund it or at this point the tracks need to go back to something that can be used outside of this, and they need to go back to either seek a conventional rezoning.
There's a
or-
contingency on them buying the courses. That
No.
I don't think
it's
we
not.
can legally do that. We
No.
can't legally base this conditional zoning on the fact that they purchased the.
But the reality is that if they don't purchase the golf courses in November, like it was hopeful, and that falls through, then everything we've done here to allow additional uses that were not previously permitted would still continue.
That's correct.
That
But
is.
you know, and I appreciate the question, but this is really a line of dialogue that is not necessarily
Sure.
appropriate
Correct.
for our board. But yes, the entitlements run with the land, regardless of who the owner is.
And what wasn't there? Enlighten me again. There was a time period they had to do something, right?
But that's contractual obligation.
No, I mean I thought just in the
Oh,
in the zoning it could
So-
revert back like 10 years, or I don't remember the number.
they would be vested for a period of 7 years under this. In other words, the town could not proceed with initiating a rezoning to take away these rights
7
from a
years.
statutory standpoint. That's correct.
All right, we're going to move on to, thank you, Wes. We're going to move on to, and thank you for that statement, Jerry, because I think there's an awful lot of people watching that are thinking the same things, but the reality is unless we work with the conditional zoning, then the golf courses don't stand a chance of coming over to Riptide's control.
That would be Riptide's position.
All right, moving on to subjects 13A and B, which should be pretty straightforward.
May-
They're additions to the area on the north side of the area we just looked at.
Yeah.
Did you have a question?
Just updating my notes.
Okay.
For
I
my,
thought you had something.
being a little slow there.
I was pleased to see that we had allowed or increased the buffer to 25 foot on the north side, and you've now taken it to 45 foot, which I think is politically very astute because it comes right into the barbecue and the pool for the champions. So to have that additional buffer, I'm sure that they will appreciate it.
You want that hashed
Yes, sir.
Yes, we need that.
minus the parking area?
Yes.
It's a slight encroachment there.
Yes, that's fine. Does anybody have any comments on this 13A and B? Ron?
Hold on, catching up. No, that was it, right? The back part there.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
What's this other line? Is that just the buildable area?
that's their setback. They're going to move everything back 45 feet. This is the delineation line between A
Ah,
and B.
the two parcels.
Yeah,
They're
I
just
got it.
combining those lots.
Yes,
or
because
will
there's
be
two
combining
lots
those
there, going to be one, and the dashed blue line is the
40
buffered area or going to
Yeah.
be the hatched area, except for the parking lot.
Right.
Okay, I got it.
Jerry, anything about
No,
this one?
no problem with this one.
Richard?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, I have nothing. We have the only modifications that Wes had talked about was no structure over 35 foot in height, which it was 40 foot, I believe, initially. We're going to move it down to 35 feet.
And the rear setback's now been changed to 45.
45 feet, right. I'd like to make a motion that the planning board recommends approval of proposed conditional zoning request for sites 13A and B, and finds it neither consistent or inconsistent with the land use plan. The proposal is reasonable and in the public interest. May I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? No discussion. Can we call a vote? Richard?
Yay.
Jerry?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Yes for Larkin also, unanimous. Now we move on to 13C, which is in the same area. It's a triangular site, medium density. We had talked about the southern portion of it being preserved, and I'd like to see that on the applicant's new sketch outside of the building, the 25-foot building setback lines going down to the point. There's just some mature pine trees in there. A question I have is we show a 15-foot setback between the 1,500 square foot building and the property line on the north side. What, if you know, is the existing setback from Champions Building number 34 to that common property line? Do we have any way of knowing? what that is. I can't tell from your aerial because I don't know where your property line. Uh,
Yeah, it's probably more like, I would think it's probably something like
That's pretty good.
50, 60 feet from the side property line.
Well, you've increased yours to 15 foot. You had it at 8, which would have been,
72 feet to approximately to that property line.
so it's significant.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's my question answered.
Yeah, everything around
Fast
Champion got
answer.
a significant.
And we're going to just hatch in this bottom tip of
Yes.
the point here?
Got that?
Yep. Yes, sir. And I noticed the applicant did as well. So
Okay.
that's been added as a condition, preserved area to be hatched.
Okay, good, thank you. I'd like to make a motion that the planning board recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning site 13C as in Charlie, and finds it neither consistent nor inconsistent with the land use plan. The proposal is reasonable and in the public interest. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Yeah,
Seeing
just
none,
to double check, again, this retail sales establishment is not otherwise listed is removed.
that's been removed from all of them.
Okay, right, yes.
No discussion. Can we have a vote, please? Richard?
I'm for.
Yes, for me.
Yes.
Yes, unanimous as roll called. Moving on to subject site 14. Pile's getting shorter on my left. We're looking at the existing Maples clubhouse area and parking lot, and I guess I was corrected, Wes, by you with the information that this is not a legal non-conforming site right now because of some reason.
It's considered to be a golf course type of use, golf course.
But the setbacks were not appropriate. We're not,
That was on the other clubhouse, I believe. Or wait, no, that was on the site adjacent to the convention center,
which is zero setback.
which is zero
Okay,
setback.
but that's in conformance because we changed the law.
Correct.
There's only been a handful of sites, maybe less than
There's-
two, that have requested close to zero setbacks, and that's been the
Our
back.
office in the back.
Yes.
And the
Your office
Jones,
and the back are the only two legal non-conforming uses.
Jonesburg.
Yeah. And we've already dealt
Yeah.
with the Jonesburg and Convention Center. So.
That's right.
All right.
So this one is fully confirming,
All right.
conforming.
Um,
It will be doubly so if this is to
However,
be approved.
Yeah, the building is conforming. However, the uses as far as wanting to put in restaurant and more non-residential stuff is the pathway of what they're really asking.
Yep.
Okay. Well, we've had conversation about this clubhouse maybe not being a clubhouse in the future where Jonesburg could be combined into Jonesburg and Maples. I would find that very inconvenient for golfers to have to ride a golf
haven't
cart.
discussed that.
We have. We have discussed that possibility because we're approving uses there that are not conforming right now. But the thought has always been that it would be maintained as a clubhouse. I realize that we probably cannot restrict our decision to that, but any guidance or?
I mean, in terms of just allowing the only permissible use to be a clubhouse.
Well, no, but
Well,
it's the desire. We'd like it to be a clubhouse so that we have 3 functioning golf courses that are properly clubhoused.
Certainly, I mean, as part of it, I would gather that the applicant would probably not agree to that condition, but that could be a request that the only permissible use.
So I would
I'm not
note
going
it-
there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
okay.
would just
Yeah,
note
that's
that
a
this building
futility.
has historically has had within it, just it's all run down into this, offices on the upper story, because that's where the corporate offices, conference rooms, and stuff like that for the C-Trail Corporation were at one time. And then the lower floor obviously had a bar on one end and then a
Restaurant.
relatively very nice restaurant on the other. So
We used to go there on Friday nights and see entertainment. It was very
You
nice.
had a
but
lot
that
for
was
folks.
15 years ago.
so what we're suggesting here is that we would allow restaurant as a,
Mhm.
I'm
As a-
confused.
As a
We're not-
use, yes.
Correct.
So you
As a use.
I'm trying to be clear with particularly people listening that it isn't guaranteed that this is going to stay a
Yeah.
clubhouse, but it's likely that it will.
Right. Now, my concern is,
So just to make a
Go ahead.
point, our intent and our goal is to have 2 clubhouses inside of Sea Trail, just to put that out there for folks who are, concerned that that could be a possibility. So,
All right, that's fine. I'd like to,
Before we go any further, I know on Maples, quite often on a very good golf day, there's a fair amount of overflow in that existing parking lot. We're now going to be subsuming some of the other areas where people are just going to, well, I'll just park across the street. It's no big deal. It's a stairway to nowhere, and there's another lot beside it. Are we going to have a problem with some of the things that we've approved prior to this with parking in that lot? And is that something that you guys are taking a look at?
And I'll just, for a point of clarification, any new uses must abide by the rules of the UDO in terms of parking requirements. So I just, if we can't necessarily control if someone parks illegally, that's just
they don't change the use of it. It's a clubhouse and they overflow parking. That's outside of our purview, I would think.
that's right.
But if they're going to build a Buffalo Wild Wings there, they need to have a certain amount of parking based upon the square footage of the.
And
They'll be required to do so, and then if people are parking alongside the road, then there'll be an enforcement action that we'll have to
you
take
want a
place.
Buffalo Wild Wings?
Why are you picking on this?
I didn't say Twin Peaks.
I'm gunning for one.
Fair, fair. All right, if I can, I'd like to make a motion. The planning board recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning request for site number 14 with the items that Wes has just read to us,
Including the
Well,
40
that's
foot
just
height.
including the
two-
40-foot height. Yeah, that's there. That's one of the ones. And finds that it is neither consistent or inconsistent with the land use plan. The proposal is reasonable and in the public interest. Can I have a second?
Second.
I can't second my own.
Second.
Any further discussion? We'll have a roll call vote. Richard?
Yes.
Yes, from me.
Jerry? Yes.
Yes.
Yes for me as well. All right, number 15, very important site in our group.
And, Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to offer a couple of quick comments. The applicant, in preparing this, there was an oversight with regard to the non-residential structure and on the parking spaces. And what I would reiterate is that we, as the applicant, will adapt this site plan to conform with the written conditions set out on page 13 of the May 31 staff report. And those include the non-residential structure shall not exceed 5,000 square feet. That is acceptable to Riptide, and we will adapt this site plan to meet that. It currently reflects something different, but we will correct that. Also, the non-residential parking lot shall contain no greater or not have more than 30 parking spaces. We're also in agreement with that, and we will adapt this site plan to reflect that. We apologize for the oversight.
And what we said is none greater than 30 spaces. Or
Correct.
the maximum permitted by the use that is selected.
So we can address that, but I believe the intent of the past discussion is that you guys wanted 30 parking spaces, period. If we added the clause that, or to the maximum extent permitted, that could open the door for a larger parking lot. If that's okay with you, that's
No.
fine, but that's two different
No.
things. Okay.
No.
Not to exceed 30 spaces is what we wanted.
Yep.
Okay. I'll
Yeah, that
that
wording
will always
is a little bit
include
wonky, but
my other thing. No automobile service station or storage facility would be there.
Correct.
Yes, that's correct. All of the conditions 1 through 5 are acceptable to Riptide.
It's going to be a little difficult. Well, you're going to have to do obviously cross hatching left or right of the parking for where all the proposed trees and everything are going to be.
and we would, and
but
yes,
because the picture is going to change significantly here,
I
you're going
would
to need a whole new drawing, right?
That's right, and similar to the other requests for the preserved area to be hatched, you've more or less delineated it, but we just would like to have that with a standardized depiction there.
Should be no.
Yeah, that's
No
that's
problem.
right. You did go to a 5,000 square foot building, but your
Right.
new drawing still shows the 8,200. I missed that.
If they need
And the parking
And-
spots are all.
we can condition that if they need to, or we can just show it on the next site plan.
Yeah, we can show that on the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, the condition would be applicable even though the
I-
site
I-
plan was
I
in
was
error.
very pleased to see you put in a protected area to protect the people that back in from the Jasmine Lane area. I think that's huge. And it also, I think, improves the sight lines coming off of the Maple 16th Green, where you're looking now at the trees and out onto Sunset Boulevard, as opposed to the parking lot.
Is the dashed line for the setback between lot 1 and, does that need to be specified?
I believe that's the area to be preserved, although I'm not entirely sure.
Because there's a dashed line there, which I'm assuming is like the
Actually, that
setback.
wasn't depicted as.
Yeah,
Actually, it says buffer yard, natural vegetation, landscaping, amenities only.
you're talking about the new drawing?
We don't, well, no. This,
You mean the dashed blue line?
but I have the setback line in the trees there, but no dimension. So is that line going to be removed because this whole area is going to be?
You have a
Reserve?
setback line in the area that you're no longer going to have parking in right behind, that butts onto Jasmine Lane.
Right,
Oh,
where-
behind
You still,
Miss
you
Sensenig's
still have the
house?
setback lines in there. That's not,
We can, I'm sure we can just pull that setback over to the, where the parking is.
yeah,
shown.
bring it behind the parking lot. Parallel to the parking lot.
That's,
Now, Alan, I think you started talking about the,
and I would just note that, if there's any kind of green space amenities, walking trails, things like that, we still want to be able
I
to.
mean, yeah, no vertical structures, I think.
Right. Those passive
Right.
arbor, whatever, things
That's
of
fine.
that nature.
and
Yes.
preserving the trees.
Yes.
Is the key that we're looking for. You started to say, or maybe said something that went over my head about the parking for the future multi-family tract, or was that not what you were talking about?
I'm sorry, say that again now.
No, that's not what I
Okay,
meant.
I'll ask a question then. Where is the parking for the future multifamily 18-unit condominium?
It would have to be on that site. They just haven't delineated it.
But it's not going to be out in the area that's the triangle to the left of it that would border onto Kingsmill Trail.
Oh, you mean this?
This weird offshoot that goes right
Yeah.
up against Club Villas.
Yes,
That sort of westerly.
that's protected
Finger
area, I
there.
assume.
No, it'll go within the larger box. Everything for the multifamily is planned to go inside this larger box.
Or
The build-
under it, maybe even?
or under it potentially,
So-
depending on the height. I mean, that's a height issue.
So that area will be preserved and hatched as well.
No.
We have several things you've gone through that are stipulations that we've already discussed. This area is one of the ones that's classified as recreational. I have a hard time justifying commercial in it. However, the main, particularly where we've delineated it right now, the main, call it blocking of views or disruption of the peace and harmony, is going to be out onto Sunset Boulevard, because that's where the access and egress is. There's nobody coming in the back of the commercial spot that's 5,000 square foot. I look at the multifamily, and it's 18 units, and I have the same consternation that I had across the street with site number 7, where we discussed eliminating the 6 units that were closest to Kingsmill Trail. I would like to see that multi-family unit not be put there. Richard said the most of his contacts have been regarding trees and other things.
Right.
And the site number 2 out on the east entrance, this one here is the one I get the most pushback back, and not just from a person living at 594. And I know that Todd has reached out and has had community meetings right there.
On lot 1.
Yes, 594.
I've talked to lot 1 on Kings Trail, and I've talked to lot 1 on Jasmine.
Okay.
Jasmine.
And they said?
Lot 1 with Jasmine came in to see the site plan, and she was okay with everything that we were planning there. That's Louise Senseneg. And then I met with a group of homeowners at the Lot 1 home site.
I'm aware of that.
And yeah, there was an email that went out to everybody from that homeowner. Mixed, some for, some not so sure, some against. It was a little bit of everything in there. There wasn't one direction anybody was headed.
Well, the club villas that border on that funny triangular spot, which are the closest multifamily units to Lot 594, or address 594 on Kingsmill, they're 2 stories. So they're the smaller of the multifamily units within Sea Trail. And again, I'm going to turn the floor over to discussion from other planning board members, but I have a lot of concern about the 18-unit multifamily unit being built right there.
Yeah,
Let Ron talk.
Ron, you want to go?
He's been quiet for a little while.
That's unusual. Yes, I mean I agree. I mean,
Thought those were-
but specifically height-wise, because we got a height there. That's a 3-story, so we're going high.
We said 40
40
feet.
foot.
So
They wanted 50 feet.
we've got down to 40, but they're not doing 35.
And just recall, across the street, you guys arrived on a product that's going to be a 26-foot townhome.
But set back considerably from Kingsmill. And this is
That's correct.
borders on Kingsmill.
Kings Trail.
Extremely.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, I have my concerns, and I equal concerns.
I believe, am I mistaken? The other multifamily that's just west on Kings Trail is a 3-story.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Are you talking about River Oak?
Yeah.
Too?
So I think one thing that was really helpful and that we really appreciate from the discussion about the townhomes on the previous subject track was understanding what specific aspects of the multifamily were concerning. Certainly understand the concerns about Lot 1 to the north there.
North, yeah.
And then the larger lot up at the top. In looking at the aerial and the vegetative buffer that's both on the larger Lot 1, not the one on Jasmine, but the larger Lot 1 on Kings Trail, and the size of this very large future multifamily tract that we have delineated here, it may be that we have some options for trying to hone down on what the specific points of concern are. And so if height is a specific concern, we can certainly talk about that. As before, there is an envelope issue here where we're trying to get a certain amount through this property, but we have some flexibility in talking about how we do that. Currently, with the design that we have, it's a taller design, with the corner being almost, we just got the number in, 127 feet away from the unit on the large Lot 1. So there'd be a lot of run away from that. If we come down on that, what we would ask is that we explore moving the footprint out.
Out to where?
Maybe a 15-foot setback instead of the large setback that we've got included here.
You have a 40-foot projected boundary right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I would suggest that
15 on the rear.
15 on the rear, excuse me. I would suggest that this design now, the way that we got here, and Todd can supplement what I'm about to say, is given the existing vegetation that's there in the distance to the northerly Lot 1, the impact would have been the lowest that we saw from like a visibility standpoint, and it would be provide as much distance as possible away from that northerly Lot 1. But we can try to be open-minded about this piece.
Yeah, if we can get 15 feet on the back, then we can slide everything over Boy, that's hot. We can slide a building over, maybe do a different configuration building, and keep it height wise in line with the single family on the Donnelly's lot 1. More in line with that residential.
What is that? Is it 35 feet?
35 feet. I mean, all residential and single family residential is 35 feet.
Well, some could. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Yes, max.
All right.
I guess I don't see what they're trying to do.
Yeah, we've talked in generalities, but I have no specifics. So
Well, and this is one where we're going to be we're going to have specifics written down for Wes and Chad to recite to us, but we're not going to have a specific site plan prepared because we're doing this on the fly.
Yeah, and this would let us drop the building down to 2 stories as opposed to a 3-story building, 40 feet tall, drop it down to 35-foot max height, and drop it in and push it a little bit wider, push it away from lot.
so you'd like to move
1.
off of the 40-foot setback in the rear.
In the rear, so we have a little bit of
You
room.
call that like the northeast corner of that trapezoid that's there?
It's really the
East. Well, southeast.
It's the southeast, where it's
Southeast.
159 feet.
Where the new property line will, or the
Parallel to that
Yeah.
new property.
Well,
line,
you have a length of the 159 feet there. That's
which will let us get the building away from
So you want us to
lot
move
1
that?
Kings Trail.
I think that the intent would be to pull it back from lot 1 in Kings Trail. Correct? Is it?
if the height is an issue. I mean, if that's really the main concern, then we can. It's like smashing out a piece of Play-Doh. It's just going to spread out a little.
Well, you're still saying you'd like to try to orchestrate 18 units,
Yes.
but do it in a shorter height,
Yes.
but by having a wider footprint.
By shift, by
Yes,
shift,
sir. That's the thought process. Is that
This is
maybe
16.
18.
16 great.
And the board should also be aware, just conceivably, and conceptually, that potentially will create additional, tree loss by bumping you out.
Well, what does it look
And we
like?
candidly, we're trying to minimize tree loss, but
Yeah.
understand, we're happy to try to work with the concerns to smaller footprint, taller build, less trees gone.
And and if I may, you as you have proposed from lot 1, you're proposing to be 127 feet back or something. Is that what I?
It's 127 feet
Corner to corner.
corner to corner.
I need to see this.
So from a building corner to the house corner
Okay.
is 127.
So I, if I may, Mr. Chair, I think that we could include a condition that may need to be, if it breaches the council stage, further refined, but that no structure shall be within, or the approximate corner shall not be within 100 feet of lot 1.
Okay, this is let us digest this. 100 foot would be the minimum
That's from corner.
setback from the red line, which is labeled N8 on lot number 1.
Yes. Is that from the lot line or the? Sure.
So, okay, just for clarification, the 127 feet was building corner to building corner,
Okay.
not a self-contained setback. And so that actually would include and we just threw that out there for illustration purposes, but that 127 feet includes the setbacks for both lots.
So yeah, we're
So
looking.
they're big lot 1 and our lot.
I know it's kind of hard to see, but I'm doing what I can with my pen to kind of
Do we want to
just
take
give
it up
you
and-
an
Okay.
idea of what we're kind of spitballing.
So you're going to move it down into the black.
The black would be the building, basically.
Okay. And where would the? Okay, I see.
That gets it away
So
from
that
lot
trapezoid
one.
has nothing to do with the
building
Shape of the
layout.
building.
shape.
No, that's just a footprint for
That's just
potential
the
building area.
total
And what were
property
you-
on which the whole thing would
Including
go.
parking and everything.
Mhm.
So Todd, so what were you changing that project boundary from along the 159 foot line from 40 feet to what?
15 on the rear.
All the way down to 15,
15 on the southern edges of it.
southeast edge
Southeast and the
Southeast and
southwest.
southwest.
and southwest.
Is that where it says 20 feet?
Right
20
now,
would go to 15.
This would be the building.
right now it says 40-foot perimeter boundary right there,
We
and 20-foot projected boundary on the southwest, and 40-foot on the southeast.
Yeah.
need to go 15 all the way
Okay.
around.
Yep.
And he
And I think the ask would be 15 feet on both the southwest and southeast sides.
okay, I get it. So you're going to move it quite close to the commercial business that's being put in there.
We are, and again, a lot of these things went into the selection of the tract as is depicted on here. And again, we have some flexibility to move it, but some of the priorities that went into this selection were, minimizing trees, tree loss, the smallest possible footprint for what we need to get in there, and then also distance from the fairway here or the backside of the.
You still have to get the cart path in there.
Yeah.
Still got to figure out the cart path, and then also to kind of find a balance between distance on the northerly side of this.
Are these 18
parking lot.
condos going to be shaped like the letter L?
Yes, that's
Okay.
it would be an L shape. The overall building
Yes.
would be an L shape.
And from the closest part of that L of the building to lot 1 is going to be the 129 feet.
To the building on lot 1, to the house on lot 1.
So we would want we
To the structure.
we would want to establish a setback from lot line rather than
From the property.
correct. And so I believe that number would be somewhere between 75 and 100.
That's right.
Yep. So we could proceed with, you all could go ahead and proceed with establishing a condition that the structure shall not be located within 100 feet of the lot line adjoining lot 1, and then they could come back at a later date with a refined site
And that would
to
change this
confirm
to
that.
a two-story building of 35 feet
Correct.
with 18 units.
Yes, sir.
And parking associated with that would be
Like in behind it.
40 spaces or whatever.
And obviously, we're still beholden to the parking standards.
Yeah.
And if parking says that we can only get an X amount of number of units,
You're
in
not going
there,
to put parking within 10 feet of the property line to lot
well,
number
we still have
1.
required buffers and everything with
Okay.
site plans that have
Well,
to be.
you show the buffer now, and you're going to remove part of it, but you said a 40-foot protected boundary, and you had it in green crosshatch.
Right, and that was when we were talking to, at the
That was the
beginning about
original design.
So I would like to see where your protected buffer is going to be, particularly where it interfaces with the lot 1 on Kings Trail, on that boundary. Is that still going to be at least 40 feet wide up in there? Because it wasn't delineated before.
It was a 40-foot setback, yes, from the
So,
property line.
It wasn't-
Between-
you stopped that crosshatch.
Between the line that says 77 and the line that says in 8, there will be a preserved area there. Essentially, between the line that says
Got it.
77 and
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
1, is the intent of that area to be preserved?
Anyway, right?
How are they getting into here? There's got to be a driveway too, right?
It'll parallel the cart path now, coming
I
in
doubt we'll
off
do
of
something.
Kings Trail.
On the curve?
Yeah.
Parking would be within here.
Hopefully.
Wish the
Yeah,
draw-
I
wish
mean-
the drawing was right.
I realize we're
This is
trying to
wonderful.
massage this thing, and I will go on record as saying I just think this is 8 pounds of stuff in a 5-pound bag, and I have no intention of voting for it.
Well, I need to better understand what they're changing it to. I was absolutely against it.
I think I would suggest that the way we do this is just with text about setbacks.
Yeah, the 40-foot on that side by lot 1 is
So
not an
so
issue.
we would
buffer.
keep
Okay, so that's going to be a 40-foot buffer parallel to line N8.
Yeah.
There's going to be a 40-foot buffer between the south border property line of lot 1 and anything that you're going to disturb.
I think I may be able to make it even easier. I think the only setback that, in order to accommodate the direction that I understand that we are heading, the only setback that we would proposed to change, only two setbacks to 15 feet, are the southeast boundary and the southwest boundary.
Okay, I got that.
Everything else should stay the same.
And be a 40-foot protected boundary. I'm particularly interested in hearing it from you because you didn't delineate that on this drawing. You, for some reason, stopped that green hatch mark on your
It
drawing.
just may be a mistake.
Yeah,
They just
we were
agreed
turning,
to do
we
it.
were turning around 22
Yeah,
site plans in a week.
Well, but I just want to hear from you that yes, that's going to be a one of Ron's favorite, and he's drawing it in now.
That's a protected boundary.
Okay.
Yeah, this one's changing to 15 feet. And this one's 20 is changing to 15 feet.
So the southerly setbacks are both going
Southeast
to,
and southwest
are
is
going to
15
be
foot.
pushed out to 15 feet to accommodate the height reduction.
Now, and what you need to, what the developer needs to be concerned about or cognizant of is that 15 foot on the southeast is going to affect the look and the playability of Maples number 10 approach shots to that green.
Sure.
The one on the southwest side is just going to be looking at the backside of the 5,000 square foot commercial building there.
Yes, and I would just recommend that they just try to conceptually figure out how close they have to be to the number 10 and between now and the next time they revise their plans.
I guess, are you sure, Todd, you need 15 foot? You can't keep the 20 there on the southwest?
We could possibly do 20 feet there.
See, they also have to fit a cart path in there too.
Yeah, they got to
So
fit a
it's-
cart path and
The cart path can be moved.
Well, and the cart path is encroaching on our property
Yep.
currently.
I understand moving the
Just
south-
for clarification.
the southeast leg from 40 down to 15. I think we agree that's fine. I'm just wondering if you can keep the 20 on the southwest leg and still fit your L in there. L-shaped building.
I think our goal on all, and this is a good theme that we've talked about with the maximum allowed and then what we will try to fit in there. Our goal is to have as much distance as possible between the edge of the golf course and whatever else gets built in there. But we need the flexibility to push if we're going to push down and push it out.
I'm sure everybody with windows would appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
so
the other issue we're going to have here is, the golfer that's finished their playing on the 16th hole now has to get all the way across the street to get over to 17, and now there's this huge structure in the way.
Yeah, I mean they've said that they've got to fix the cart path to get there. So
if I may summarize where we are at present, all of the existing conditions, no change to those. The multifamily structure shall not exceed 35 feet in height and shall not be located within 100 feet of the lot line adjoining Lot 1. And the setbacks along the southeast and southwest lot line shall be 15 feet. A buffer of 40 feet shall be retained along the northeast and southeast lot line. And I know that it's sort of a trapezoid shape, but I think we're in agreement in the location of where that 40-foot area needs to go.
I think we're proposing, and I apologize if I misheard here. I think where we left it was that the northerly setbacks would all remain the same.
Okay.
The southerly setbacks, southeast and southwest, would both be changed from 40 and 20 respectively to 15 each.
Okay, so the 100-foot provision is not going to be included.
I don't think we need to include it because it's already kind of baked in. I
Well,
would suggest to the board it's already baked in.
Maybe it's baked in, but I think it's important to know whatever that number is, what the offset is from the property line of 594 Kings Trail Drive to where the building is. the protected area of 40 feet is sure nice, but if you can provide 100 foot in there to the building, I think that's important.
I don't know that we're prepared to do that because I don't believe we have a design. I think at this point we're just operating on a setback area.
You all said that you met with that individual.
I've met with both lot ones.
Okay.
If we put it in, Wes, they can, when they're in front of the council, can say they don't agree to that. Say we put in a 100-foot one that you just
Sure.
read off, and they
Yep.
say, nope, it doesn't work.
That's correct.
Because we've done further
They-
work on it. We
That's correct.
fixed this
They can come
drawing.
back with a.
With 80 feet's the best we can do. That can be handled at that point, right?
That's correct.
Because I understand that this drawing here, unfortunately, because of time constraints,
Yep.
didn't get.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, I know, didn't get done. But if we put it in, as but Peter's saying, to have that some number there. But if we put in a number of 100, and they say
Would you? Okay.
we've
Would
done
you
the
feel more
design,
comfortable moving it to
Because
85
they
then?
could really move the building right up to the 40-foot line.
Correct. If we don't put
have
something
that
in.
there.
Okay.
We will do. We'll do what we can.
So I think we should put a number in, and if the number turns out to be not correct for them,
Okay.
they can have it fixed at the council level, and I think
Sure.
anybody will care.
Well, given that, and being amenable to the fact that they're trying to figure out their design, do you want to make the number 75 or 85?
I'd even go with 75 to
Okay.
be more reasonable with them
Okay.
because
Or
What
80,
we've-
80 double the buffer, it's fine.
what we've, okay, 80,
Building
80
feet.
doubles the buffer, right?
Right.
And also we've achieved the height
Yeah.
lowering, which
Okay.
is
35
really
feet.
one of the more
That's a big thing.
paramount.
I agree.
Okay.
Because somebody could go in there and build a house
Yep.
with the appropriate side setback that's 35 foot tall right now. So
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
I don't.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? I know, Richard, you've expressed yourself very clearly. Jerry?
I think they resolved my issue with the reducing of the 85 or 82 down to 5,000, which will allow saving some more trees in that area. So I'm good with that.
Yeah,
Thrilled.
and all these protect areas will be property crosshatch and stuff on a new drawing.
Okay, and this is another gateway overlay, but we don't need to repeat that, even though I just did repeat it. All right, I'd like to make a motion that that the planning board recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning request for subject site number 15 with the conditions that Wes has just enumerated, and finds it neither consistent nor inconsistent with the land use plan. The proposal is reasonable and in the public interest. May I have a second?
I second it.
Any discussion? All in favor? Richard?
Nay.
Jerry?
Yes.
Ron?
Yes.
Yes for Larkin.
All right, folks. Mr. Chair, looks like we're down to 2 sites.
He ain't stopping.
You got it.
And we appreciate that.
Unless the planning board wants to overrule.
No, let's plow through it. And
All right.
Jerry wants to come back for more sandwiches on Monday.
No, no,
I'll buy you a sandwich Monday.
no. Leave,
Call me
let's
up.
leave
We'll meet
some
for-
All right, subject site number 16. Jerry, do you want to lead the parade on this one to start off?
This one I first looked at, I was like, wow. But since they've added the berms all along, looks like it's along hole number 11 all the way down. But it looks like they've added a pool house since we last visited. So far, I don't see any issue. Again, I just looked at this not too long ago, so we got here this morning. I think the berm is key. Did you give a height on the berm?
In
It didn't.
So it would be similar to
It's
Sanctuary?
Sunset Harbor.
and I also believe this is the
Sunset
second.
Sunset Ridge?
Ridge.
Sunset
Thank you.
Ridge.
My mind's sorry. Late
This
in
is
the day.
the second of 2 sites that they had questions about the conditions. Perhaps we should hear what those are first.
okay.
And we are, thank you, Wes, and we're down in the short rows, as they say. So subject 16 has 2 conditions from the May 31 staff report. One is off-street parking ratios per dwelling shall be no more than 3 parking spaces per dwelling unit. Riptide is perfectly fine with that. The other one, number 2, is applicant to increase density on the northern tract and reduce density on the southern portion of the site. As that is written, this is a particular design that we have less flexibility with. So in order to attempt to mitigate some of those concerns, which were valid concerns, we have included things like the raised landscaping berm, and emphasized all of those sorts of buffers on that southerly portion to try to make this as much of a ring of buffers as we can. There's sort of 2 portions of that buffer, if I'm saying this correctly, and Todd, correct me if I'm wrong. That landscaping berm, and then there's also going to be a small loop road, I believe, around there as well to serve as an additional buffer. Right. And so the idea here is, while Riptide has done what it feels everything it can possibly do to increase the density on the northern tract and reduce it on the southerly tract. You'll see there's actually one more whole building that's been put in the northerly tract to try to mitigate that even more. We have included this landscaping buffer.
And you'll also notice on this track where and it's a little bit difficult to see, but there's now walking paths that are opened up all the way throughout both sites. Pickleball courts added to the site. There's a clubhouse, swimming pool, and just trying to open it up and making it, something for active recreation and something that folks in the community can utilize as well in this area.
You're not talking about walking trails all around the lake. You're just saying around the lake, meaning the northern perimeter of that lake.
Yeah. They come all the way off of this southerly track and meander all the way around the lake, and then kind of loop back around. And then also on top of that, you'd have your sidewalks on the street and stuff like that. So you have some nature trails that would be worked in amongst the trees, and then you have your standard sidewalks out there on Clubhouse Road.
And that berm's going to be about 6 feet tall.
Correct.
All right, we're talking about a dirt berm that's about 6 feet tall, which would be similar to Sunset Ridge. And then I would like to suggest that you're going to vegetate the top of it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So that we would end up with something that would be at least 10 feet tall at the start.
Depending on what you put up there, yeah.
I'm not talking about 10 foot of vegetation. I'm talking about the
Total height.
10
total height.
Yeah.
Yes,
Is that something?
we can agree to that as a condition.
Well, I think that the issue was, reading my notes, I guess, was the height of these buildings compared to all the residential places on the other side of the road there.
In Birdwatch.
Right. And supposedly things that they were told. I mean, I've read the emails where they seem to dispute strongly on what they were told. Do we have documentation of what those purchasers were told in writing?
We do.
And can you read it to us or tell us or?
So, I mean, one, I'm not an attorney, but 2, this would be a civil matter between those folks on, if there is some sort of disagreement on
Right.
what transpired as part of their
Well, I'm just trying to figure out if the berm, the little ring road, and pushing it back to the west satisfies the intent and the concerns of the homeowners just east of these properties. That's what I'm trying to determine at the height they're asking for now, which is 40? I don't remember the number.
It's 50.
50.
Yes, sir.
That's right. That's why I was so, because we had talked about that reduction in the southern lobe there, density being probably a height reduction to cause less units so that they're not as visible or imposing upon the homeowners just to the east. So
Is that something the applicant would consider, that we take those, right now they're 4 stories, correct?
Correct.
So we take them down to 3?
2. Can't get the units in.
They would need to have more buildings, I think,
Yeah,
or they would ask for
I,
more
I
buildings.
think absent,
And I'm just talking about
Sure.
the buildings that in that southern leg, not the buildings on the north side.
so in order, and I would suggest that this is, and I'm glad we're addressing it now, having come through all of the others. This is a financially mission critical piece here, and absent an extreme solution such as taking units from this and adding them to subject 17 in another building, which we would prefer not to do for numerous reasons, including the design of subject 17, which we'll come to. The applicant is not in a position to take a story away from these.
Well,
That
we're
would
only
be
talking about how many units? 16?
24.
24 units. That's a major, and we understand that this is a major ask, but that's also a major concession that we're just unfortunately not able to make.
So, I guess I'm back. You tell me I can't ask that question? I want to be clear on that, on what they were told.
Can I
think
read
you can-
something?
Sure.
Read something into the record. This is a that was given to me that has to do with a. I guess I need to ask the applicant if they mind. This is a document that's an addendum to the contract. It's called a disclosure letter, and it says it's for somebody that was buying on Lunar Drive. Name has been redacted. And the seller is Riptide Builders LLC. If I could read it. The following provisions shall apply to the attached offer to purchase and contract for the above referenced property. Buyers are aware that Sea Trail shall have future development as outlined in the Sea Trail Master Declaration. Buyer is also aware that Riptide Builders / Sunrise Corporation will be building an array of development throughout Sea Trail, including multifamily, single-family, possibly commercial, and other construction as permitted per town, county, state ordinances. Buyers agree not to oppose future development within Sea Trail as they are aware of future development and the overall scope of the development of Sea Trail and Sunrise Properties Incorporated. And what struck me here is it talks about possibly different types, multifamily, single family, possibly commercial, and other construction as permitted within Sea Trail, as permitted per town, county, and state ordinances. So that would, to me, mean those ordinances that are in effect at the time that they purchased that property.
Which would have been use by right
I would
multifamily buildings when they purchased, when Birdwatch was being sold.
I would suggest several things here. One, we don't have the benefit of that.
I understand that. That's why I kind of turned to you. You could have said
and I really appreciate that. It's very difficult for us to respond to it without a date, a name, all of those sorts of things that you would normally have in evidence in a litigation setting, which this, of course, is not. The other thing I would mention is that, your attorney is not here, and so I'm not offering legal advice. I'm just making a blanket statement that in the world of contract, you read the thing in the four corners of the document. The only person that can decide what that means is, as Mr. Richardson said, a man in a black robe. But if it meant ordinances in effect at the time that it was signed, that's language that could be included and was not. I would suggest that this process and where we are headed with the town council ultimately deciding what is in compliance with the ordinances is, I don't see how this is out of compliance. I would also suggest that Riptide has not sought to enforce its side of that contract, which is that the individuals will not oppose it. There have been several individuals that we've heard from that have different aspects of opposition here, and Riptide's not sought to shut down any of those conversations. And so I do appreciate you bringing it up, and also appreciate the grace on our response. It's just it's an awkward.
I read that for the edification of people on YouTube as well, because there's that to me meant buyer beware, and we've all signed contracts. I don't know that anybody has read their HOA restrictions until they want to put a dog run in their backyard and they realize they can't.
Sure. But I think we'll just leave it there. Ultimately, it's civil matter. We'll move on, and town's legal counsel isn't here. The purpose for you guys is determining, regardless of what documentation has been provided to who bought property, the appropriateness of this use.
And we're prepared to do that, I'm sure.
Well, but so our conditions are changing on this one, or being removed, right?
So, look, if I may, you all stated you had an objection to the conditions, or
It's not so much an objection to the condition. The condition that was concerning to us is condition number 2 there, that says applicant to increase density on the northern tract, reduce density on the southern portion of the site. What we wanted to make sure that we were being clear with and upfront with the board about is that we have put as much density as we can on that northerly tract, and we've reduced the density as much as we can on the southerly tract, as reflected in this particular site plan. And unlike Subject 15, this one is accurate. But we did want to indulge the concerns about visibility and those sorts of things with the landscaping berm, and we'd be happy to consent to the additional 4-foot vegetative landscaping on top of the 6-foot.
Not at maturity, but at initial.
Understood.
So a 6-foot berm plus 4 foot of landscaping.
and I've written that in, and I appreciate it. That was the intent of that condition because you all were tasked with revising the plan. So that number 2 is going to go away. That it will no longer be a condition as part of this.
Cross it.
Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay.
Can I throw another
Richard, let's go through this one, please. You got it. You got the floor.
Oh,
You got
sorry.
the floor.
I mean, in the building that is perpendicular to Clubhouse Road, it's going to be fairly
Are
blocked.
you in the southern tract of it?
In the southern tract, yeah. Can we find a way to compromise on the 3 buildings that face the residential units and take those down to 3 stories? So now you're losing 18 units as opposed to 24.
I certainly appreciate the effort to continue to find consensus here. I would suggest that from an aesthetic standpoint, that would be inconsistent, and we want to make sure that everything looks the same in that space.
These are the same buildings that you're contemplating for the Champions area and Site 17. They're all the
Yes,
same.
and,
Yes,
and
sir.
these renditions here.
Two bedroom, 4-story.
And are these going to be primarily weekly golf rentals? I mean, they're not going to be restricted in terms of rental period.
That's correct.
Yes, that's
You
correct.
don't know if they're privately owned or if they'll be a corporation, for the club.
No, these will
can't
be
get
available
into
for
that.
people to
Can't.
purchase, and the hope is
They
that
would be
many of
private.
them will keep it on a
So,
rental program.
What I see here, we have 2 choices. Just take it as they're showing it, or we can apply a condition to reduce these 4 buildings in height and let the council deal with it.
If they're
You got
agreeable
it.
to it.
Right.
Yeah, they're
So
Because
I'm leaning at the moment to taking those 4 buildings down. They will, of course, not agree to it, and then the council can decide if they want to allow 4 stories or 3 stories.
yeah.
It's a simple choice for them then.
Sure.
Yeah, one last point too. We're creating an area where we're going to have residential property owners facing destination rental customers.
But still,
And I don't
residential.
think that's a great mix.
Yeah. And unfortunately, with the picture here and the sight lines, I can't tell where these Luna people are exactly, whether
But that is the current mix right now. I mean, most of these buildings in Sea Trail were constructed for a rental program that was in Sea Trail and have just transitioned over time due to market factors, due to
People
folks
retiring.
just retiring and aging into their units.
Yeah,
you know.
but Royal Point is set back. Osprey Ridge is kind of on its own in a little peninsula. So they're not facing each other in terms of major destination rental customers, happy to have them, and residential clients who permanently live in these homes. They're going to be, they're looking right across the street from each other. We don't, to my knowledge, and you're probably more, can point out some exceptions. I don't think that's a condition that exists right now within Sea Trail.
So
All right, I think I'd like to cut to the chase on
Yeah.
this because I think we can beat this up all day long.
I think
Yep.
we,
And I agree with Ron's process here. I'm going to suggest we accept 4 stories at the north end, north side, 50-foot tall buildings, and maximum 50-foot tall, with the adjusted parking that we had already agreed to. And in fact, I think there's a difference there because we talk about 3 parking spaces per dwelling, but you're not providing that. You're providing
1.363.
you're providing less than that. So
Yeah.
I think we need to adjust that.
We just say that off-street parking ratios per dwelling unit shall be no more than 3 parking spaces. So they essentially,
No, but don't we have to? But they're required 2 per each of these
yeah, the
units.
requirements.
technically, it's basically we're letting the market determine how many parking spaces that they want to put.
Could we adjust that and say no less than 1.5 and no more than 3?
If you want, I mean,
Because it fits their numbers.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they're not even down to 1.5, but yes,
No less than, and no
they're
less
at they're at 1.69.
1.58 at the top.
Oh, okay. I'm looking
they
at the
are,
bottom.
they're also including golf cart parking, but so shall be no more than 3 nor less than 1.5.
for a 2-bedroom unit.
Yeah.
I hate to have them come in and put in 4-bedroom units and make a change, and we've
What if they did a 1-bedroom unit and then we've stipulated this is,
oh yeah,
Yeah.
so perhaps just leave it as, they can't sell a product that's not going to have parking. It's a reality.
right.
Wrigley
Mm.
Field.
You can get there with a train.
All right.
There's no trains here.
Well, I think you've come up with some language that's going to satisfy our parking, which is no more than 3.
Except no less than 1 per unit. How about that?
No, I can't agree because a 2-bedroom unit, you can't just have 1 parking spot.
So the number of parking units is equal to the number of bedroom units.
Well, that's what it is. That's what we're saying normally
I
now, but
would-
they don't meet
They're
that.
not. They can't provide that.
I would suggest that the way to handle this is to set cap and then let the design allocate them where it needs to be. I mean, this is going to have to be a market-ready design no matter what it is. And so we're not going to be able to sell a unit with 1 parking place for 2 bedrooms.
Okay. All right. But no more than 3. We'll keep it the way.
And,
it
and
is.
we've already agreed to that condition.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
But I'd like to steer us a little bit here and say that in agreement with the 5 units, which is a total of 126 in the northern section, and that in the southern section, I'm going to take Ron's lead here and say that the 4 units, 4 buildings, would be a maximum of 3 stories. And we need to come up with a height that is going to be
Yeah, so that would,
satisfactory for that instead of the 50-foot. I guess we'd have to say 40-foot height maximum. Because I don't think they could squeeze, they're not going to squeeze
yeah.
4 stories into 40 feet.
If the top end height is the problem of 50 feet, then we, in understanding that the single family residential already goes to 35 feet. So I don't know that we should judge it against 0. I think we should judge the delta on between 35 and 50, which is 15 feet. And noting that these southerly buildings are almost 300 feet away from the other lots, we're able to come to 48 feet and still make our design work. It would still be, just to be clear, because I don't want to mislead anyone, it would still be 4 stories, but we can get it in at 48 feet. It's really a hairline, but we could do it. That would be, really only a 13-foot difference. So I think one thing I just want to try to emphasize is that I think the way we should view it is the delta from the top of an allowable single-family residential structure and the top of what we initially asked for at 50 feet. And if we reduce that delta to 13 feet, while also adding a 10-foot, brand new 10-foot buffer on the bottom, I do feel like we've tried to minimize that as much as possible. Not asking for y'all to respond to that, just putting that
I
2-foot
understand your
concession
logic.
on the table.
I understand, and really, you're saying you really only need 48 feet. You can make that work. But
It's going to be less than 48 feet, but we do need 48.
going to 3 stories, we would be taking away 24 of your units in the southern section. So instead of 216, you'd have 190 something.
So 72 units in the southern lobe, right?
Yeah, whatever 24 minus what the 96.
So
Yeah.
yeah, again, that's where our comment is. Just we put that condition on them, they can convince the council.
What do you guys think?
I concur with Ron.
I concur with Ron.
So I guess it would be up to the applicant. The applicant, are you agreeable to that?
No.
Yeah, they're not.
Okay.
But in the interest of moving this forward, the
I-
condition will
Maybe.
be no.
I apologize. May I say this? We can be, and I'm trying not to jump ahead to subject 17 here and conflate the vote, and I don't mean to do that. But I intimated earlier that
Yes, you did, and we made a point of that.
if, and just so I've made it for the record to make sure that it's
24 units happens to be one more building.
right, and if we can fit one more building into subject 17, then it's possible that with some authority we can agree to the reduction.
Should we?
Well, let's
Should we
table.
Can we table 16 for
Yes,
five
let's
for
go
a
to
minute?
17.
Talk about that. We can come back because we did all the rest are done. So
Yeah, let's go to
And
17.
I would suggest it's possible.
All right, well,
Um,
let's go to procedurally, we can move to 17, right?
Correct.
Okay. Planning board, is that okay with you guys?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, because I mean, this area is far more isolated. You're not going to have,
I was
destination
particularly,
customers butting up against residential customers. I mean, in some ways, it's kind of like East Winds Bluff, which is kind of a separate section of the community and creates its own ambience in terms of. So I don't know. I mean, I see where the building would go, but obviously there's some wetland issues there.
well, we can put significant amount of protected area that we can shade in green on the east side of that lot. And that the people at Osprey Watch condos and Crooked Gully Point houses would be looking at, or could be looking at. I particularly liked where you weren't trying to crowd them in closer to the golf hole. You put them closer to the Pearl Golf Course, in other words, the exterior boundary of your property to the west.
And this is obviously beyond our control, but I think we should keep in mind that the Pearl has shut down 9 of its golf holes. I'm not exactly sure where those are located, but they're going to be building condos on that property.
Well, they have mixed use. They're building a lot of different stuff, but
Yes, this would be up against
Can we
multifamily project when the Pearl
the central amenity area, which is in the middle of the parking lot, I'm sure that that could be reshaped, or I would think that that could be possibly reshaped, and a building put in there.
Probably the restraining factor in this on this site, and it's not on this one.
I just don't want a building put out on the eastern edge of this, where I've already said how important that is to me to have the buildings move back towards the Pearl.
Sure. There are flood zone issues, which all these buildings stay out of the flood zone. If you remember in your original package,
Yes.
the flood,
Yes, I have
these
that.
buildings stay clearly out of that area, and I know that's always a big concern. But yes, these are designed to stay out of flood zones.
Good move.
Yeah, right. But yeah, they are. They're out of the flood zone, and we've tried to design it. So I don't know if making things different design, things of that nature, could push buildings into that area, which is not ideal.
Well, it depends on what the base flood is, of course. And Mr. Chair, if I may, it sounds to me like you guys, the intent is this is a site that's more comfortable for allocating multifamily. Would you want to? I know that they're seeking some authority. Gather what allowing up to potentially 150 units on this site would mean for site 16.
Well, if they have 120 now on 17, so 144 would
Yeah.
be matching in kind,
Sure.
which would give them one more building.
One more
which
building.
Means they don't change the design; they just put one more building on the site.
Correct. But in deference to them to say go up to 150 in allowance for taking away from a critical area. But sure, 144.
144.
And-
Yeah, 144.
Well, and we haven't necessarily made our ask yet on this, and I would in a second I'm going to ask for a short break so that we can go try to work with our client on this. This obviously does represent a major change.
Well, I mean, I hate to suggest this, but would it be appropriate for us to recess? We had planned to come back, or suggest we come back on Monday.
I'd like to
Give you-
finish
I would
this
suggest
today.
if we can get this done today,
Yeah.
let's do it.
Okay.
And if we can't, then that's fine. But
Let's move in that direction.
I think with the
You need
cost-
time right now?
Yeah.
Yes, but may I make two comments real quickly? One is that the ask would be for 150 units maximum because that we do not view them as in kind.
Well, if you're putting them at 50-foot height, I would suspect you want to keep the design the same, so I'll bet you're going to settle back on 144, but go, yes.
Correct. We'd at least like a ceiling of 150 units, even if we have to fall back on 144. Also, this uplands area that is sort of in the northerly corner there, where it is open, is probably the only area where we can fit a building. So it would be behind that tree buffer, and we'd need to work out some other things about it, but that's probably where the only place that we can fit one. I'm going to go talk to our client and possibly our designers about this, but that's just so conceptually we're all on the same page. That's what we're looking at.
You don't think you can fit one along the northeastern side? Because parking won't increase. 240 spots is like 1.6, what you've been using before.
When you say northeasters,
Where you have two buildings to put a third one in that opening,
a third building in this opening right
somewhere
here?
over here. Because like
Again, I think they're trying to stay away from the flood zone.
yeah, but they don't need any more parking they already
Where
have
are you talking about?
here.
I see what you're saying.
And then obviously this whole little triangle can be kind of scrunched.
He's talking about having 6 buildings that are sort of working around the
3
parking
by
lot.
3, 3 and 1 L, and
Oh,
I don't
I think
think
I understand what you're saying.
And the only other option, if that's not possible, and I think that they may require some additional contemplation on this, is to move location of the road and then move that unit closer
I would be opposed, or I would be concerned about a unit being put out closer to Crooked Gully.
Right.
Yeah.
It
But if following Ron's, if we kind of squeeze that central amenity area and make it a somewhat tighter circumference, then you will have some room, and there's probably a way to do that and preserve all of the parking. There would be space along that eastern side.
Because the 240 spots are still consistent with your other ones, right?
If we could go speak to our client, I think that'd be helpful.
Take a
Okay.
break.
Do you wanna
5
take-
minutes?
Yes.
5-minute
5
recess.
minutes?
I'm going to need 10, please.
Okay, all
Okay.
right. But let's come back as soon as we can.
We'll be
100%.
here.
We're good.
Ready to go?
Yep.
Wind us back in.
With the board's permission, I'd like to approach the TV.
Yep.
The area, given the floodplains and everything else that we're dealing with here, again, all of this in an effort to accommodate the proposed condition on the southerly line, is to put it right here. And then this is an older picture. It doesn't show the landscaping buffer. There's significant tree buffer here. So this would be behind, and I'm going to show each of you where the trees are here, but it would be right here, and we can agree to hatch out the rest of this uplands to protect it, but this is sort of the last available spot here. And so what we would suggest is that we have a condition where we increase the maximum units for subject 17 to be 150. The building would be in this area. We will adapt a site plan to show that. And that would be, Wes, I guess, the northernmost portion of the uplands next to, as close to the wetlands finger as we
Can you
Can
give
get
us
it.
an indication as to the offset from Crooked Gully?
So, if I may, Mr. Chair, there.
Yes.
I'll confirm there is a significant buffer there at present.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a berm in front of that right now.
So right there would be Crooked Gully. So this is the proposed new building
So from Crooked Gully,
right here.
that would be approximately. This is what they're talking about. 250 feet or more, and there would.
No, can't be. That's not what I was looking at there.
Yeah, this is
It's across that road, right?
Yep.
right. So 250 feet that way,
Yep. So
Where's the 250?
going this way.
Oh, I was talking about from Crooked Gully going
I
over.
think it looks like 100 or 75.
It looks to be about the same length as that building is itself. All right, that is the 200 feet you're talking about?
250.
I wanted to know from the edge of the building how close Crooked Gully
that-
is.
that's
because
exactly
we have
right.
these homes
Okay.
across Crooked Gully that
That's
we're
exactly
gonna look
right.
at.
Okay.
So we're looking right here.
Yeah, well, that's.
And that's the
important in
facing,
this
you'd be
document, but-
facing rather than
But
facing.
there is a
the wet.
buffer
Yeah,
here.
yes, sir.
Mhm.
Did you
And
get a
that
chance to
is,
see
let me
this?
draw it in here.
Okay, I see.
Let me see that, please, one more.
Yes, sir.
All right,
It's a
I'm gonna
similar dimension
I'm gonna
to.
draw it in. And from there to the other property line was 200 and what?
250
Yeah,
heading
Alan.
directly.
You showed
That's an
east.
that's an east-west boundary, east-west dimension is 250.
Yes, and
And
then
what would
going
be a north, out to Crooked Gully?
similar, actually 250.
I don't think,
Two across the street,
to that other house. Okay, accounting Crooked Gully itself.
it would
Yeah,
be
so roughly about 200 feet to the,
Two-
250.
this is a big,
to the road edge
the
would
road
be
is about 200.
200.
Okay, because the road does not provide any buffer for those people that live across the street.
Right.
You seeing that? He's saying 200 feet to the road at
Alan.
Crooked Gully,
Just for
and
clarification,
250 feet from the
take
building
into
to
consideration
the
with
property
this,
line
I think it's
Over here.
important.
over
Going
on
back
that
to
side, which is
16.
which
What would you reduce the units
is
to?
Crooked Gully Point houses, is what they're, Crooked Gully Point. is what
And we're
they're
going to have
called.
all this is going to be trees, right?
Yes, everything in there would have to be
So we're
protected.
going to have that all as protected in here,
And
right?
if you look here,
On the
there
southerly
are
side.
trees there.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
There are trees there.
maximum
Remember, a
18
lot of
units,
this
50
location
dwelling
too
units.
is already
So
cleared
18
land
units
where
It's not
we
Wait a minute.
store
We'll go back.
equipment, where Sea Trail Corporation used
16
to
units.
Dump stuff.
dump stuff. Yeah, for lack of a better word. Had
Stop that.
Yeah,
We'll go back.
just be less.
Okay, so
Now, my question is, in that location, you're going to have to provide some additional parking.
He's got it right in front
He's
of
got
the
it right in
unit.
front of it.
He's got it on the west side of that unit.
And
would be
again,
parking.
going back to the parking, it will have to convey to Article 9 as it writes right now.
So that we'll probably have,
So
Make your presentation to us then. Short of
So-
dimensions, we've already,
certainly,
Got
and,
that.
and thank you. And thank you to the board for indulging this conversation as we try to find some consensus. with regard to subject 16, we would agree, and we can work on how we want to write this, but we would agree to a condition that would reduce the height of the southerly buildings such that those are reduced by a total of 24 units. And then in exchange, and
So
I
we're
think-
talking about no more than 40 feet tall.
I believe 40 feet will do that. I'll confirm. I think 40 feet will do that.
think that's right.
I get, as you've seen, I get nervous when we're talking about 41 feet versus 40 feet just because of a chimney spike or something.
That's correct. You're
And
correct.
so 40 feet should work there. And in exchange, we will we'll agree to a maximum of 150 units for subject 17, with the location of the sixth building to accommodate those units being located on the northerly end of this entire tract, which is currently labeled Uplands, and in design, Riptide will endeavor to have that building located as far south as possible in that upper northern corner.
And we're looking at a 200-foot dimension roughly from Crooked Gully to the northern edge of that building, new building.
And that's what we understand.
Yes, that's what we understand too.
And
And also approximately 250 foot as an east-west line from the edge of the building to the back lot of the properties at Crooked Gully
Crooked Gully.
Point.
That's also what we understand.
and that they have volunteered to maintain approximately 40 or 50 foot of existing vegetation along that property line. And might I add, Mr.
Well, it
Terry,
says 20-foot building setback is the only thing that's on there right now.
on subject 17. But
17.
yes, that condition would be added. Mr. Chair, you were concerned about Crooked Gully across the street north. Would the applicant be willing to provide a similar berm just on the northern boundary of Crooked Gully Circle, with the exception of the location of the driveway?
Oh, from the driveway eastward towards the corner, right?
Yeah.
At this late stage, what I would suggest we consider is Riptide can commit to maintaining or improving the northerly visibility there in any feasible way. We will work diligently with town council to work on privacy there. I'm not probably not able right now to get a clean answer on that.
10-4. Okay. All right. Let's go back then. Let's go back to subject 16.
I would suggest, and I
Do we
don't
want
mean
to
to
do
interrupt.
17 first?
I would suggest that we could combine those two together and do one vote.
Okay.
Just as a suggestion.
Then
Thank
I
you.
will summarize perhaps where we are in terms of conditions.
Could that be contentious if town council decides that they like one better than the other?
I think we should do
They
them
will
sep-
still move forward with a similar recommendation. They could pull them out.
Okay.
They would not be combined in a way that would restrict town council.
The conditions would be specific to the site.
Yes.
So the conditions on subject 16, the off-street parking ratio remains unchanged. Number 2 is a raised landscape berm shall be provided,
As depicted.
yes, along Clubhouse Road at a minimum 6-foot height with planted vegetation to such
4 feet.
on such berm shall be a minimum up to a minimum at a minimum of 10 feet.
Total height.
Yeah, total height. Thank you. And then no more than 3 stories shall be permitted on the southern portion of the site. And then we're going to remove 24 units from the 96 unit total on the
Mhm.
southern portion, correct?
And with the idea that the 3 units the spirit of it was to keep it below 50, to keep it at around 40 feet, not
No more than
50
3
feet.
stories shall be permitted on the southern portion of the site at a maximum height of 40 feet.
In addition,
No more than 72 units shall be permitted on the southern portion of the site.
Mhm.
in 4 buildings.
Yeah.
I mean, sure.
Okay.
Is a sounds like one member wants to make sure it's only 4 buildings. Is the rest of the board in agreement on that?
Yeah, because if they have more than that, they're going to be putting them places that maybe are not in our liking right now.
Okay. Okay. So those are the 3 conditions for subject 16. Subject 17 shall be the off-street parking ratio. Number 2, a maximum of 150 residential units shall be permitted. And then a preserved area of 50 feet shall be provided along the eastern lot line and the northern street lot line shall be provided with a buffer as determined by the applicant.
And did you say 200 foot there?
The northern structure shall be set back 200 feet from residential.
From the property line.
I don't believe from the property line. I believe it'll have to get the property line.
Property line has to be on Crooked Gully.
So is that 150 feet from their, because they're setback 50, no, they're setback 25, excuse me. The houses have to be setback 25. So if we went 200 feet from the structure,
To the property line.
would be 175 feet.
I don't think so.
So
I think I would suggest that to some extent we're restricted by wetlands on the design, and our commitment on the condition, I think, should be to locate it as far south as the wetlands will allow, which will bake in the maximum available distance to Crooked Gully and those
You
other
could come
lots.
back with that can only be 100 feet. We don't know what the wetlands
hold on,
looks like.
I'm trying to work through this. So what I was going to stipulate is that by the fact that they're going to include that 50 foot buffer and preserved area, that gets you to 200 feet over to the other easterly lots, and that there can be an inclusion. You want to come down 200 feet
From
from
Crooked Gully.
heading north to south.
Yes.
It's there. I think that there may be. So I believe the last item in question is the northern structure shall be set back 200 feet from the street lot line on Crooked Gully. Crooked Gully Circle.
Yes. Okay, are you suggesting that we put both of these together? I'm kind of queasy about that, but I'll do it because it's.
If not, do we want to go
we
back?
we can do it. Do you guys care?
I have no objection.
Okay, Ron. All right, I'd like to make a motion that the planning board recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning request for subject sites number 16 and 17 from the applicant, and finds it neither consistent nor inconsistent with the land use plan. Proposal is reasonable and in the public interest. with the addition of the comments that Wes just read to us from his laptop. I'd like to see if we have a second.
I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Richard?
Richard, aye.
Yes, I am.
Aye.
Yes, all around. That concludes our review of each of the sites 1 through 17, and with decisions on all of them. I think we only sent one. Maybe we didn't send one that was not in agreement. But anyway, I think maybe we agreed.
They were all
I think
agreeable.
we've resolved all of Rick's concerns.
Find my agenda. Seeing that we've finished with old business 1, staff, do you have any comment?
I wanted to say thank you for the work. Thank you for Wes. Thank you for Grady. Thank you to the applicants for being patient. You can officially adjourn this meeting. Staff will work to schedule the public hearing with town council in the near future for public hearing to be set for a time in the future. I will work with the applicant over the next 2 days to talk to them about deadlines when I need site plans and stuff like that. So I'll send an email out to both of you, potentially Clint as well, and jump on a conference call by Friday. That way we can make sure we're all on the same page. I'll see if Wes is available, but if he's not, we'll just.
Clint was watching.
I would very much like to get a copy of Wes's notes sooner than later, and I know he's always great at getting stuff out quickly, but
So
I
are we-
want to regurgitate these.
Are we, or this group, we're never going to get like a final revised set of this, right?
Yeah, you'll get a final once it's approved by council. It'll be.
No, prior.
Prior to.
I will review. I go back and review and make sure everything is clear,
I just need your notes.
and it should be hopefully by Friday morning, but it may be Monday,
That's fine.
That's fine.
and they'll be provided to everyone.
Because what town council is going to want is they're going to solicit members of the planning board to sit down and talk with them and give them the skinny on each one of these. And
I'm going to be doing that as well. So
I know you were.
But there won't, all the drawings will be revised too?
I will work with the applicant on that. So I'll have a game plan moving forward. Got to figure out exactly what that is, but I've got to set parameters and guidelines on when we schedule the public hearing to make sure everything's in line as well. Not to mention I am in a floodplain class for a whole week, and not next week, but the week after. So that crunches
All right,
things
let's
a
talk
lot.
about our next planning board meeting. Is it yet to be determined?
And it will be July the 6th.
July the 6th is the next planning board meeting.
I'll be there.
And will it be on UDO or will it be on, we'll see the agenda.
You'll see the agenda.
Okay.
Yep.
I'd like to entertain a motion that we adjourn this meeting, and I want to thank the planning board for their diligence in all of this. And thank
I
the
would-
applicant for the plans late. Well, they weren't as early as I would have liked, but they got the job done.
Yes. And before we adjourn, I'd like to thank Alan for getting us through this and the staff for putting it up with us.
Can we have free tickets to the concert tonight?
Then we need a motion. Second motion, Richard.
Yes.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all.